I'll just switch on the video in a few seconds then.
Yeah. Uh, Raghu, you're not being able to play that. You need to go and choose it as a file directly in Teams and play. In any case, ways you can send it to Rakesh as well to play that up when required. Hi everyone, welcome to this session of panel discussions on the World Photography Day. Happy World Photography Day to all of you. We are still waiting for more guests to join in, and we'll start in another 5 minutes. More and more people are joining as we speak, and a lot of uh, our own guys, a lot of friends as well. Akhilesh ji from Chandigarh, I know him for a long time. Um, and in this session of cinematography, though it's a session by, we are having a panel discussion between Lakshay Kanduri, Faisal Malik, and Anudeep. All three represent uh, very different arena of cinematography. Lakshay is a commercial cinematographer. Uh, Anudeep is into food cinematography, and Faisal is a dear friend of mine with whom I won't say friend, but guru, because he is the one who taught me cinematography for the first time, and the basics of cinematography. If I whatever I know, it's because of Faisal, and Faisal. Uh, so we have got an international mentor with us today. That's Fazil from joining us from Kenya. He's a wildlife cinematographer. And also let me welcome Shoot Guru. You all know Shoot Guru because he is one of very dedicated mentors with us when it comes to cinematography. And so happy World Photography Day to you, to Kshitij. Thanks for joining in, and we'll start very soon. We'll start in a moment. Faisal, son, you can switch on your video. Faisal and Anudeep's video is not on right now.
Go.
Anudeep logged out and probably is logging.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, that's me.
And here's Anudeep. So the trio is complete. We'll start in some moments. We have more people joining in by every minute. Uh, so a lot of friends from Chandigarh joining in today. So it makes I think so. You all would all be seeing your friends joining in for this World Photography Day session. My request to all the guests would be that please uh, do not switch on your videos because then it. Uh, so Okay, so it's working, Pratyush. Let's put it off. Otherwise, we are revealing the suspense. We should actually wait for some more moments. We have already got 38 people in the meeting at 11:03. We will start in another, I'll say 5 minutes, so that we have got as we get more guests joining in. So first, on behalf of Panasonic Lumix, let me welcome you all to this amazing day of panel discussions with Lumix on World Photography Day. Um, so I'll today is World Photography Day, and we are opening these panel discussions with a topic which is not photography but cinematography. So I'll now start jumping into it by asking you people that though you people are cinematographers, and today we celebrate photography. When we celebrate photography, we actually celebrate all the art forms of it, which is cinematography as well. But how much of a photographer inside you helped you become a better cinematographer? So I'll start with Lakshya.
Yeah, so like I've been into making films from a long time. It's been 15 years, and I've made more than 1,000 films now. The only thing that inspired me to make films was to tell stories. Like the stories that I have, the ideas that I have, and the things around me. So that's how I started, and eventually like film cinematography in itself grown in me. And I think there is a photographer in every cinematographer, because there is a composition, and there is a lot of similarities between photography and cinematography, as I can say. The films are mostly moving photos, so the composition and everything remains the same. And yeah, so that's like cinematography, that's how it came into my life, and that's how I started. And
So, and Anudeep, your story as well is very. Uh, I'll say that there's a lot of slow motions into it, a lot of photographic shots, right? The way we do photography. So, how photography has inspired you into cinematography? Anudeep, please unmute yourself. I think so. That's what.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir, now.
All right. So I think that the best form of photography is with a little bit of dramatization to it, right? Especially when it comes to food, for me, is it works best when there's a little bit of dramatization, a little bit of oohs and ahs, a little bit of getting people to get involved and move. So essentially, when you talk about 24 frames or 30 frames or whatever it is, it's like a series of frames put together, right? Like Laksh was saying, it's a series of photos, well composed, put together, that gives motion in the form of video, and that's what we capture. So obviously, especially when it comes to food, you have to make it look good. It has to be very stylized and very meticulous as well. And therefore, these things that are common with photography are also common with food cinematography for me. And the lighting also, we need not say. I mean, like the same principles follow fundamentally.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is how the transition happened from like photography to cinematography.
And what about you, Faisal? You have been into, you are a multi-talented guy, I'll say that, who is into cinematography, who has written books, who has done photography and whatnot. And basically, I'll say that what inspires me today most from Faisal is that he is a business guy. He is a line producer in getting people into Kenya to produce films over there, and that's like, because in the end, though photography I'll say that for me, it is more than a means of living. It is uh, living itself, right? But to live, you need a means of living. And what best to if it is your own passion. So, how did photography inspire you to into the world of cinematography?
Well, I think firstly, as my fellow colleagues have said, I'm not going to repeat that. Is cinematography is actually photography. To put it in the layman's word, is many pictures put together. And again, of course, understanding light. I started off very early. I started off at the age of 12 as a photographer, and I still do photography, wildlife photography. And eventually, I shouldn't say graduated, but I also started cinematography, video. Uh, it is fundamental. You need to be a good cinematographer. You need to understand photography. Again, like earlier on discussed, the basics of framing your shot, understanding your light, and that's a big challenge when it comes to wildlife. Because wildlife, if the animal is the lion is under a tree, I always tell people in the shade, you really can't tell him move out. I need you here, against the sun or stuff like that. So a lot of I did a lot of wildlife photography, and I still do it. And I think it's important as a wildlife filmmaker, you do need to understand photography to
Right.
be a good cinematographer. Yeah.
Right. So we have. So let's officially start this conversation now. I was waiting for me more people to join in, and we have got a good crowd now. Um hi everyone. Welcome to these amazing panel discussions today on the event of World Photography Day by Panasonic Lumix. Happy World Photography Day to everyone. We are starting off these sessions with a session on cinematography, but essentially, if you ask me, when they say that a photograph is an equivalent to 1,000 words, just imagine putting 24 images in a second, and when you watch a film, how many words it can actually say. In that, if you go mathematically, it's a humongous uh, list of words. It is actually putting down 100 novels into a 3 hour film. So this is what cinematographers do. Their daily bread and butter is to create stories, and that's what photography means to me as well. So I'll also be coming out with a video today, which is about interactions. What for me, photography is interacting with a place, interacting with people, and that's what I love doing. And in this session, also, we are interacting with three lovely people. Uh, Lakshya Khanduri. Lakshya
Hi.
is Lakshya is a commercial photographer based out in Dehradun, and he has a production house called Liberal Arts, uh,
Yes.
and I believe that he is a guy who has believed in collaborations
Yeah.
and collaborations across Dehradun with artists, with singers, with bikers, with different set of people has brought around 1,000 films to his credit.
Yeah.
Uh, so uh, so Lakshya, if you work for like every day for 3 years, it's 1,000 films.
Yeah, a lot of times, like films are considered to be a lengthy thing, that it's an hour and a half or something like that. But every story, if it's like a 30-second thing or a minute thing or a 5 minute thing or a 10 minute thing, everything, I mean, every time limit has a story. So I believe in telling stories, and I think I've told more than like 1,000 stories till now. And if you allow me, I'll show you my
Yeah, sure.
my
Yeah, please go ahead.
story. It's not the updated one, but you'll get an idea of what exactly I'm into. Just give me a second. I'm going to, yeah. So this is us.
Please mute yourselves.
So yeah, this is us, and I hope you guys, were able to see that, because a lot of times, because of the internet connection, it lags a lot. But I hope you get the idea of what I'm into, and I've been fortunate enough to create films for a lot of brands, and like I'm still doing it, and I'm still working, and it's still happening. I wish everybody a World Photography Day, and I'm looking forward to talking my colleagues on this panel.
Yeah. After Lakshya, let me also invite Anudeep. Anudeep is again, I'll say, a fellow engineer who became a photographer, and and another food lover like me. So from love of food to cinematographing and shooting food is what Anudeep has gone through. And Anudeep does a whole lot of beautiful food videos which make you that are so tempting that you will get obese, you will get overweight. So please do exercise. And over to you, Anudeep, if you can also show your showreel up.
Yeah, Raghu will help me with the showreel, because of the technical difficulties I'm facing from my side. But yeah, thanks for the very sweet intro, man. Hopefully, the idea is to try and help people understand food in a different way. Like whatever I do is more natural than the artificial painting and all of that. But if you can play the video, I mean, after that, I can probably fill people in with what exactly I do.
Yeah. Katish.
Just give me.
Yeah, I think the aspect ratio was a little off, but then that's predominantly it. Like I just work with food. So from creating ads for brands like Homely, the Bowl Company, and creating social media content for the brands like Swiggy and a whole bunch of other local restaurants. I've also started to create my own content for a channel called Show and Jug that I run, which is basically around food and showcasing food stories from in and around Bangalore for now, but hopefully the rest of the country. And yeah, I mean, as long as I love food, I think I'll keep shooting food, and hopefully people love it, and it's mouth-watering enough for them to keep watching food.
Yes. And with this, I'll now move to Faisal. Faisal, uh, I'll say, when talking about Faisal, I'm always short of words because he is a dear friend and a mentor. If whatever I know about cinematography, the first teacher of cinematography was Faisal. I learned making videos years back when I met Faisal. At least 10 years I was into this line, majorly into photography. But my when I talk about my education, that was into video. But still, if I say that the first person who actually taught me cinematography was Faisal. So it was for a better photography tour that we did for Panasonic, and I met him in Kenya. That was a photography tour. We ended up making a film, um, and that too on the at that time last surviving northern white rhino Sudan. So many people have seen that film, and he's an amazing guy who is into writing, who is into photography. He runs a production house, and he's a line producer with the name. And his production house's name is Visual Africa. And there's so much to learn from this guy that 1 hour would be short, and I can even talk about at least for an hour or more for about him. So let me cut it short and give it over to Faisal.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Happy World Photography Day, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here from Kenya all the way. Very cold here today. I don't know what the weather is like out in India. But yeah, as Hitesh talked about, we did a little piece on Sudan, the last Northern Range white rhino, who unfortunately passed on. As we speak, they're actually trying artificial methods to try and make sure that we don't lose the species completely. I don't know if we have the video online or on this presentation. We can show it in any way. Is it
Uh,
possible? Okay.
not yet, not yet. So we thought over that we will be having another session with you. At that time, we
Okay.
will show the video.
All right. Okay.
So not prepared
So
yet.
okay, no problem. Sorry
Yeah.
for bursting your bubble there. Uh, yeah, so I think then I'll start off this straight without showing a presentation, because we said we'll talk about that later on. A lot of what I do now is I'm doing a lot of publishing as well. As you all know now, with smartphone technology, with internet connectivity everywhere, uh, it's a strong tool to bring together all forms of media into one. Everyone is on smartphones. The reading culture, the book culture, people are moving away from it quite a bit. You know, there's everyone wants to go read online and do everything with Google and stuff like that. So what we tried to do was bring together all these forms of media into one, and we started doing books with augmented reality. Uh, Basically, so you have a coffee table book there. You've got pictures, you've got stories, and then the amazing thing is you put your smartphone on the image, and it straight away brings the video to your phone. That's the way to go. As cinematographers, as producers, selling content, especially for wildlife, is becoming a little more challenging. The broadcaster doesn't have what I like to call vitamin M. Things are shrinking. I mean, like you can see at the moment how things are getting difficult here with the current situation in the world. So you need to start thinking out of the box, literally. You know, it's not just that, yes, I want my work to show with the broadcaster, but if the broadcaster is not paying the right price, sorry, that's my cat. If the broadcaster is not paying the right price, then what are you going to do? Are you going to just sit back and wait for the price to get right, or are you going to suffer? So you need to think of other options. And with technology, the world is moving really fast. So that's where we adopted that. And now we're publishing books with augmented reality. We did the first book in Africa with augmented reality called Elephants Wear Ivory. And I was actually introduced to augmented reality when in India. I'd been invited for a opening of a photo competition, and they asked me to talk. And so India is pretty dear to me as well when it comes to business and opportunities and meeting people. Like again today, I met more people, and hopefully one day we'll meet each other and face to face. So yeah, then we started doing that as well. So you've got a book with pictures, you're writing stories, and you've got video, and I think it's just being clever and about how you want to do it. Yeah.
So, thanks for giving me the cue and reminding me. In the celebrations of World Photography Day, I completely forgot that something is going out in the world. With that, I come to my next question that you people belong to three very different, I'll say, arenas of cinematography. So, how you have been engaged within your work within this period of time, that is the lockdowns and COVID that we face, and how different the scenarios have been for you, and what is the opportunities for people who have joined with us in your respective fields in the future. Anudeep, you have been fortunate, like for food photography, you can do indoors, right? A lot of people have engaged into cooking food, right? I don't know, like that much food, that those kind of things had never been cooked into my house. What have been cooked now, right? In these times, like घर पे पाजी घर पे समोसा भी बना है, ठीक है। आपने पता नहीं कीनिया में बनाया कि नहीं बनाया है, हमने यहाँ पे समोसे भी बनाए हैं, ठीक है। हमने यहाँ पे जलेबियाँ भी घर पे बनाई हैं, यहाँ पे घर पे सब कुछ बना है। तो I'll ask him also कि इन्होंने क्या बनाया है। फैजल से बात नहीं हुई इस बारे में, but again another foodie sitting across. So food is a different thing, so you can do it inside, but for Faisal probably the challenge would be different because wildlife is outside, for let's say you are a commercial photographer, the challenge would again be different, right? So from that perspective, let's start from the least challenged guy, Anudeep, but his challenge have been like everybody's cooking, what to do now?
So it's actually pretty simple, as you say. As long as you have a phone and as long as you have some lighting and some food, you can do it at home, right? Now, for me especially, this time has been very reflective. It's helped me work on my skills a little more, understand what's happening in the world that I should have gone through in terms of the entire industry, in terms of upgrading my skills. And fortunately, all my equipment is with me, so I get to constantly practice and figure out what works, what doesn't work, what are like the interesting splashes or some of the effects that I can bring with the food. And I've noticed that a lot of people with the phones are also doing some pretty interesting content. I mean, as much as one expects that professional cinematography or videography is going to have a lot of info for one's development, there's also a lot of these guys with some very interesting ideas for putting videos out. They might not have necessary equipment, but they're very interesting in terms of giving you some tidbits or some reflective points that you can look at food in a different way. And I think, this works best for me. And I'm very curious to see how Faisal's handling this particular time. I'm very, very curious.
Yeah, over to Faisal now. So Faisal.
Well, we were actually we had started a big project for the Kenya Film Commission in December, and it was actually to go all the way to today with current date, and we had to stop at some point because when it happened, COVID, Nairobi was on lockdown. There were curfew hours, so we had to bring our work to a standstill, which of course is very frustrating because imagine in the middle of production, you've contracted crew, you've got timelines to work with, then your thought process goes, because as you're shooting, we were going all over the country filming, and as you're shooting, ideas are generating, so all of a sudden, bang, you've been told that's it. You can't do it. This has happened. It was very frustrating. It was very cold. Literally, there was no work, but it couldn't be helped. Then the commission managed to get us permission to go out, and special permission to go out and film. Uh, yes, it was nice then to go out there, because imagine you're the only ones in the national park, access to animals and stuff like that. But the challenge was limited accommodation. Most of the hotels at that time were about 80% were shut. Because if there's no one coming out, why should they be in operation? And the few that were operating, uh, uh, limited stock, because of COVID again, curfew hours to be respected and things like that. So you see, there's a lot of that behind the scenes that us as wildlife filmmakers get affected by. It's not just about good weather and the animals and good equipment and good crew. It's your backup crew as well. Where are you going to stay, and the service there and things like that. But we successfully concluded production. We're now currently in post production, and I'm hoping by September we should have an end product. But overall, I mean, if you're looking at the whole industry in general, we have been affected. This, I mean, we have been fortunate enough where we managed to kickstart and get work out during this unfortunate time. But a lot of people here locally have been affected. And I think it's not just locally, it's internationally, wherever you talk to people, even when I talk to fellow filmmakers beyond the borders of Kenya. And they're all complaining. Where's the work? And the scary thing now is looking ahead. There's a lot of, like what's happening now. This whole chat we're having here, in the yesteryears, if I should say, this would have been a TV series or something that would have been commissioned. But a lot of this is happening for free now online, which is great to the world in general. But to the production industry, I think this is going to be a big hit. So we will have to recreate ourselves. There's a lot of people now. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry is doing, let's do it. I'll call it a talk show. I'm going to talk about online about various subjects. So you really don't need to go to a broadcaster for this. So you need to think about what the new norm is. Yeah. Over to you.
Yeah. So this probably will have a lasting impact on the way content is being created and how it gets delivered. The commercials would be back in place in some time, but yes, it would have a lasting impact on how content is created worldwide. So Lakshya, as a commercial filmmaker, so coming into the Faisal took a very good idea of commercials into it. As a commercial filmmaker, how have your this I'll say that this phase of yours been?
Yeah, so like initially, like when the COVID came in and the news, just came in, and like everybody was scared first, and like people, even if you have projects and even if you have thing like work and but still you can't jeopardize the team, and you don't know what is going to happen. And initially for the first 3 months, I would say everything was shut down, and and now it is coming up, and it is very good for people like us in tier 2 and tier 3 cities now, because initially every production happened in Mumbai or Delhi, because these places are the hub. But as coronavirus and the COVID thing has had made a huge impact on these cities, now brands and people are exploring tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Like I'm in Dehradun, and I've made like 2-3 films in the past month, and it's good, it's more opportunities for the people in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, because if where people are blessed, and the resources are less, and the coronavirus didn't make that kind of impact there. So we had this thing, and we have an in-house team of 50 people. So like it's just kind of a very collaborative effort in terms of where we work in, and there is a lot of gap in terms of the work that is coming in, but fortunately, tier 2 and tier 3 cities are getting more work, and people are now exploring Goa, the place like Goa to shoot, and like places like Dehradun, places like in Himachal, and there are different locations in different states where people are going and exploring, and the agencies are also like I was speaking to an agency recently, and they were very confident to go with these short like kind of, what you can say, tier with two. They're very comfortable working with new production houses, new people. So look, like the brands are exploring new people and new production houses and new work and new ideas. So I think it is going to be a good shift in terms of how opportunities being made earlier, and yeah, so that is my take on it.
Well, so the Lakshya has talked about future as well. That future, specifically when it comes to the tier 3, I also belong to a tier 3 town, and then shifted to Delhi in search of work, because if I talk about my hometown also, there was no work when I started out. Today, probably because of Punjabi film industry, there is a lot of work over there. But to start with, there was no work. So you had to shift out if you are into cinematography, if you are into filmmaking, if you are into photography, or any such stream. You, for a good work, the kind of work you want to do, you had to shift out. Now, because of this, people, agencies specifically, the people who give you work are exploring out small towns, and the way the work is shifting, it might also be, so sometimes disruption is a good thing. So my request to guests would be that please switch off their videos, because others won't be able to see our mentors uh, uh, in a good light over there. So thank you. And when it comes to work, it is getting more explorative towards the tier 2, tier 3 towns as well when it comes to commercials and photography, videography in India. Uh, uh, so Anudeep, I would like to know about something that you were doing in within the lockdown while you also tried some experimenting, getting the food, ordering the food, and restructuring it.
Yeah.
Please tell something about it, because though this might be limiting us when it comes to financially, but this period has been one of the best creative periods for many, and
Yeah,
so I'll be coming out with a video today, and I'll tell you that whole video has been edited by my wife. She started out in this lockdown by just by making videos for the kids in the family who had their birthdays. Now she has made a video for me on World Photography Day, so to post out. So this is like, if those who had this, like for the on the first day of lockdown, I told my team that this is the best opportunity that you have to probably unlearn and relearn things. So if you take this as a positive, there might be a good thing that you will reimagine yourself within this time. So you did some project like where you experimented with getting the food from outside, wherein there was no styling anything. So how did you thought it, and how it happened?
So the biggest thing about food videography is about making the food look good, right? And especially when you have a kitchen, you can cook it fresh and you can make it look really well and really presentable, because it, food can easily look dead on the camera. So this was a very interesting challenge for me, because delivery would take about 30 minutes to 40 minutes for the food to reach my place. So how do I revitalize the food and make it look good on camera was one of the challenges I learned to address. The second thing that I also learned was in a home setup itself, I can actually shoot something which is pretty high production value. Something that I didn't expect would happen is actually happening. And something that I thought I would need team, I realized like a skeletal crew of just two of us can manage everything. And things like these help you for the future, because now in the COVID situation, the industry has been hit significantly. So they won't be able to spend as much as they were spending before. Now with a skeletal crew, I can go ahead and show them that we can give you that quality for a much competitive price than what it was before. So in terms of understanding dynamism, like I think dynamism is one very important aspect for food videography, especially, because food doesn't move. So you need to make something move on the frame, right, to make it look interesting. So
Right.
things like these was something that I experimented with, and I understood what we could do with the camera, understood the camera's capabilities a lot more, then saw a lot more videos online of other professionals from different parts of the world and seeing what interesting things they're doing. And that's how you upgrade your skills and upgrade your entire skill set. So once people are willing to spend, you go back with something significantly different from what you had, and probably very few people will be able to touch you because your competitive advantage is high quality at a competitive price. And that's very, very important, especially when you're trying to grow.
Right. So, a very interesting line. Food cinematography is a very, I'll say, a growing profession, because food again brings in a speciality. You should know about food. You should also know about camera, and then you can actually explore food photography. Similarly, in case of probably Faisal, he needs to know about the animal, their behavior, and then you can actually come on to bring that cinematography. So with your point of view, this brings me to the last point of discussion from my side, and then we will open it up for the audience. And my request for the audience is that please do not switch on your videos, so that our mentors should be visible on the screen. And Anudeep, Faisal and Lakshay, if I'll bring what Faisal taught me before I ask you tips. So Faisal, when we were there in Kenya, he taught me. So like you have to move food. So this is one tip that I got from you. From his side was that animals move on their own pace. So you need to frame. You need to wait for them to come into your frame. And as a photographer, as a practice photographer, my habit was to just click, and then I'll subconsciously I'll click again. So a video is getting made for 2 seconds. So he said, like, in your brain it should be 1, 2, 3. So it should be keep on going like at least for 10 seconds, so that you are aware that you are not switching off your camera. So those kind of simple tips actually honed my skills into cinematography. Over to you guys for one tip, one or two tips each from your side for budding cinematographers out there, and then we can open the session for the questions. And इसके बाद का session, I know that people always ask कि हिंदी में भी हो, because we want to be multilingual, so we use English, but you can, if you have any question in Hindi, आप हिंदी में बात कर सकते हैं. And and the international guest from Kenya, ये पूरे पंजाबी हैं, तो इनसे पंजाबी में भी बात कर सकते हैं. Right? So one tip from you, Faisal, when as we start.
Okay, I think for me, I'd two tips. One is you need to understand wildlife. You need to understand wildlife behavior as a cinematographer. You can't just go out there and shoot and think that's it. You need to know what the animal is telling you. You need to read the animal's face. Know, is the animal getting agitated? Is the animal comfortable? Yes, the lion has just eaten, so that means most probably it will sleep for the next 3 hours. You're not going to get an interesting shot unless you're filming sleeping lions. So you need to understand that. Don't go shooting blind. When I say that, I mean, don't just pick your camera and go out there and shoot. Prepare a shot list, what you want to get when you're out there, what you want to achieve. Of course, you'll get more than that, and that's a bonus. But when you go shooting blind, you'll be all over the field. Use your environment to your best. Don't go there and start whinging or complaining that, oh my God, this is not what I wanted. Guess what? That's what you've got. That's how the environment is. If the lion is sitting with the sun in the background, there's nothing you can do about it. What do? Let's try and get a silhouette shot instead. Don't say, oh, this is bad lighting. This doesn't work for me. So you have to be, you have to be very dynamic. And again, don't harm the environment. Because if you spoil the environment there, tomorrow there'll be no environment there for you to film. There'll be no work for you. So you have to be a conservationist as well. Yeah, I think that's what I've got to say. My parting shot.
Yeah, no, very nice tip, Faisal. So I wanted to tell, I want to give a tip to everyone. Like everybody has a camera, I suppose, and some lighting equipment, or maybe people can go out and shoot. I will advise people to experiment with a lot of lighting, and try to shoot in different times of day, and explore the look and feel of what natural lighting can give you. Also, like experiment with lighting, use a lot of backlights. It will help you, put the subject apart. If you are shooting in a sun, don't just put your subject against the sun and try to shoot in that way. You'll get a very good visuals, and not a silhouette, but try shooting against the sun when you're out. You'll get very good visuals, I think. And experiment with the lighting, and experiment with the time of shooting in the day. So yeah, this is what I wanted to say.
Yeah. So
thanks for
Anudeep. Yes.
Yeah. Thanks, Ash, for touching up on lighting, because I think outdoor lighting is a wonderful source that people can experiment with. Absolutely. And as far as food is concerned, first thing to notice is each and every food is different from the other. So you need to understand your food, understand the character, understand the vibe or tone that they could bring to the video. Like an ice cream is more cold as against something like a spicy chicken, which could be bringing flames and something to do with heat. So understand your food first so that you understand the vibe and the entire flow of your video. Second and most important, food doesn't move. So you need to figure out how to make it interesting. And most simple way of doing this is by introducing some form of movement, which is what I was talking about, in the form of dynamism. It could either be the camera movement, it could be the food movement, maybe like a sauce being poured or like a pan toss happening. And sometimes it could be both at the same time, where the camera is moving towards the food or the subject, and where the food is also being tossed. So just keep it very simple. You don't need to make it fancy. Food has to evoke that emotion of desire to eat that. So even if you keep it very simple, very clean cut, it will work for you as long as you just follow these simple tips and tricks that we just mentioned.
Thanks, Anudeep. And before I open the session for questions, I'll do my job right. As Anudeep said, that you need to move yourself as well, your camera as well, your food as well in these kind of situations. And also in wildlife cinematography, we have seen that how much movement actually happens. So in these kind of scenarios, Lumix cameras have got the best of the class image stabilization, so that you can have those stabilized shots. And this is the reason these guys over here prefer shooting with Lumix. And over to the audience for their questions now. You can type in the questions over here in the chat box also, and you can also ask by switching on your video. So.
Hi everyone. Hello all the mentors. First of all, good morning and happy World Photography Day to you all. So actually I am not into wildlife photography to be specific, but I like to keep every options open. So jahan bhi mile, go and shoot and enjoy yourselves. So my question was that I know you are doing photography from many years. So my question to all the mentors is that which was your best shot and which was your best wildlife photography experience?
So
This
think
question is
we should
specific for
start.
Faisal, I think, because
I
he's
think
into
this is
wildlife.
more specific to Faisal.
Really, I thought you said all.
She said also, probably Anudeep has to say that which food was more tempting to a lion.
Yeah, for sure. After Faisal.
Okay, I think for me, I I love all my shots. I mean, there's not a single shot I can say, oh no, But I'd say the one of my best experiences, or most unique experiences, is that we were filming in Savo and we were doing a documentary on elephant poaching and the illegal ivory trade. And basically, as a wildlife filmmaker, you have what you call the balcony door, which is actually a door that is mounted outside the vehicle. So you, as the cinematographer, you're actually seated outside the vehicle so that you get a 180-degree pan, and you're able to shoot more comfortably. So you're actually outside the comfort of the vehicle. And we came across this old bull male, and I think he wanted to mate because he had started now joining in with the herd. Normally, when they want to mate, they get closer to the herd. And he was very still, very still, boring to film. I filmed for almost a minute, and he's just looking. And from the side corner of my eye, I caught two calves play fighting, very cute. So I turned my camera to them, and I started filming them and got some amazing shots, a lot of good interactions between the two calves. And then all of a sudden, this bull male who was like 5 meters away from me charged at us. And he was literally less than half a meter from me. And I'm looking up at him. And the driver was trying to start the car. And in panic, he couldn't start it. So it kept on just cranking. And literally, I could look right into the eyes of this elephant. I was literally up there. So that was an interesting moment. So you get those magical moments when you're out there. And they're unique, they're special. I always say when you go out there, enjoy the moment. I think being there with wildlife, there's nothing like it. I don't see myself doing anything else. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yes. So Faisal, for you, it came from business manner. You ventured into filmmaking and then specifically into wildlife. Why wildlife? So this will
actually, I have a degree in business. My core education, I have a degree in business, and I always wanted to get into filmmaking. At the time, it wasn't very lucrative here. It hadn't opened up. So I went for my next best love. I started a safari company, and you would do camping safaris with an angle to wildlife photography around Kenya. And I would go on them, guide them and things like that. But on the side, I kept on doing, jobs for on a freelance basis. A film job has come, there's something here, there, do it. Big jobs, small jobs, whatever came. And then eventually, I think it was 2010, I said, no, I need to start a production company. I tried running both the production company and the safari company side by side. It was very challenging because both the service industry, you need to meet with clients. So I had to pack up the safari industry, safari company, and I got into full-time production and run a production house, and now we live on publishing. Apart from just producing content, we're publishing books. So why I got into it, I think I'd want to thank my parents for that, because as a child, when I was being educated, primary education, if I passed my finals, I was told that, okay, you want to pass, you'll get your camera. And I still have the first camera I got. My parents bought me for passing my primary level education. So it became a trend, high school, you'll get your camera. University, they got me those high 8, cameras that were out in the market at the time. So they played a big role, I think, in me developing it. Because for me, it became a passion that I turned into a career. And I think you're very lucky if you can manage to do that you turn a passion into a career, because then you enjoy every bit of it. your life every day.
Yeah. And so Anudeep, you all were also going into this kind of a discussion.
Yeah, so I love pizzas, man. Anything to do with the oven, and especially when it's a wood fire oven, there's so much character to the oven, right? There's fire on one side, there's food cooking on the other side. It feels very rustic, very raw. And when you can get that shot perfectly, where you can see the cheese melt and bubble, rather, not even melt, after melting because of the heat, it starts bubbling. And then the texture of the pizza is also forming in the oven, right? So you see all the crests and troughs. I mean, that's so exciting. I mean, every time I've shot that, I'm like, ah, yeah, this is orgasm for me. Like foodgasm, as they say, that is foodgasm for me.
Yeah.
It must be a hot job.
Yes.
Oh,
And
Hot and
Laksh,
sexy.
yeah. And what about you, Lakshya? Lakshya, so I think so for you also, it happened from another passion
Yes.
into this industry.
Yeah, so like I'm like similarly like Faisal is in, like said, a passion turned into a career. Similarly for me, the most memorable thing that I have done and I can think of is I've always been around a lot of art forms here in Dehradun, and hip hop is something that it's thriving its way, and graffiti, b-boying and stunt riding, and a lot of that is happening around me. So we did a music video where we represented the hood in hip hop that you say, and we had almost 200 artists performing, in a music video. It's called UK Saath Se. You can check it out. And that was one of the memorable things that I have done till now. And I love filming art forms and people performing arts. So because it is very raw, and it gives you that energy and feel. And I've always been I'm listening to a lot of hip hop, and I'm very inclined towards that kind of music, and that what drove me to kind of create a music video around it. And you won't believe, like, the day when we were shooting, it was raining and we were still shooting, and the camera equipment were like we did what we could to save the equipment and everything. But everybody, the energy of the artist was so great, and everybody just kept performing in outdoors. And like we started at around 11 o'clock in the morning, and we ended it like at around 9 in the night. So that kind of shoot that we did with 200 artists, so that was one memorable day, and that was a thrilling experience for me. So that is what I can think of.
So, on your journey as photographers, we all get such moments. And if you're open to ideas, if you're open to people, open to interactions, then I believe you actually excel at your work. You interact with people, you interact with food, you interact with wild animals. For all students over here, that would be what I would like to say. So there is a question from Suman Sen. So he is asking Faisal about wildlife filmmaking career in the future. So how is the career in wildlife filmmaking, and probably into other arenas also? You may, if you want to, you may actually tell about your the six figures you are making. So that's okay. But if you don't want to tell, that's also okay. But 6-7 figures, whatever you want to tell, you can actually tell. But over to you, Faisal.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, I actually read that in the chat.
Yes.
To be brutally honest, it's getting challenging. It's now getting challenging. I'll just give you an example. I have a WhatsApp group of my school friends way back in high school. We managed to put it together, and a few of them have gone to the Masai Mara at the moment for a holiday. There's the wildebeest migration happening. Uh, and on the group, what are they doing? Posting videos of wildebeest running across the river, majestic stuff, amazing stuff. Guess what? That's what I should be doing for a living. So what I'm trying to get across is these days, everybody to some degree is a cinematographer. I mean, if you look at Instagram, if you look at Facebook, social media, a lot of people are moving towards posting video as opposed to images. And you do have even phones that are doing an amazing job. You see. Now, what am I trying to get across here? Now, you as the professional filmmaker, it's getting more challenging for you because the market, yes, it could be, excuse my, could be crappy footage, but it is footage that is being put out there. And a lot of people are appreciating that. They'd rather watch, I want to watch Hitesh's video of him in the Mara as opposed to a video professionally taken in the Mara. You see, they want to see that personalized experience.
Yeah.
So that's where you need to put on your entrepreneurial hat. I'm not saying it's an end to the industry. It will never be, especially wildlife filmmaking, because you need to be a different breed to be able to go out there and hack it. So you just need to think outside the box. That what is it I can do that is different from my other fellow filmmakers? We're now doing augmented reality. How are you going to sell your stuff? If the broadcaster is not paying the right price, go to the corporates. How are we going to do that? So yes, there's wildlife filmmaking is amazing because it's something the whole family can watch. Sitting there with your kids, you're not going to get worried ke yaar gandi gaal kadega ya ki, he's not going to be abusive. So it's something that is there, and people want to see that. People, that's a break from your everyday mundane work that you see in nature. So it is there, but you need to think outside the box. That what can you do differently? You don't want to be like every other filmmaker. So there is a future for it. It's a lot of hard work, though. To break into it is not easy. People straight away start asking you for show reels and stuff. So you need to do a couple of voluntary jobs to build your CV. You need to do stuff on your own. Start saving up. Be clever about it. How you can start getting equipment. Equipment is expensive business. Maybe talk to Panasonic. They've got amazing stuff, and see how you can build on it. But there is a future for it. But it's tough. You need to, yeah. Hitesh, over to you.
It's mute.
I agree. Really. It's getting tough, but
yeah. So Anudeep, what about food? Is it a growing thing, or is it like also saturated and you've got competition into it, a cutthroat? So how is it when it comes to food cinema?
So, as of today, if we had to talk about it, people are running on fear because the industry right now is trying to cater to people's need for safety and security against COVID. Right? So,
yeah.
instead of promoting their food in a nice way, they're promoting their safety procedures, and they're promoting stuff like we have a very sanitized place, sanitized kitchen, and stuff like that. The moment you're promoting fear instead of desire, you already know the industry is in the crapper, right? So for something like this, they're not even willing to spend money. Anyone who has a camera will do it. But there will be a time in the future when they will say, okay, you know what, we have to be one cut above the rest.
Yeah.
And they will go back for quality. But until then, I suppose you can always create content for yourself. I mean, YouTube is still a good payer of money because a lot of people just want to watch you showcase some food, which is natural. And like Faisal was saying, if you have a camera and you show, because it's a very personalized story that works very much with food, because food is very personal and subjective.
Yeah.
So YouTube ad content will still, I mean, if you've been fortunate enough to get subscribers over 100,000, you're going to make money, man. You're going to make anywhere between 40 and 50,000 at least initially per month. And that can escalate to whatever it is based on how quickly you're growing and the amount of content you're going to be putting across. So food, I think, will always be an evergreen industry. All you need to do is just wait for the right time to hit the right, to knock on the right doors. That's about it.
Yeah, great. So another beautiful question that I see in the chat box, and before that, I'll also introduce in today's guest list, we also have Ryan Lobo. So Ryan, if you can switch on your video. So Ryan is also a great cinematographer, and He has worked with the Lumix globally, Lumix Japan also, and we will be introducing him in our September panels. So if I can have Ryan on screen.
Hey guys, it's such a pleasure to meet with great
Ryan is there.
cinematographers such as yourself. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So yeah,
The pleasure is ours.
In this, Ryan, you're looking totally different.
people say I keep on changing my look, so that's how it is.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Faisal, you're into wildlife, and I know Lakshya, we've interacted on Instagram. So I'm
Yeah.
following you on Instagram. You replied to my DM, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
It's such a
Yeah.
pleasure to be involved with Panasonic. So I'll give you a short introduction. I'm a mechanical engineer. I was working in the oil field for Halliburton as a completion engineer for 2 years in Saudi Arabia. Great job, great money, but then I quit my job because I got married and I didn't want to stay away from family. I was thinking what to do, and I fell in love with video. But when my proper filmmaking, or I would not say filmmaking, I'm into video production and drone services. But when my video production career kicked off, is I bought my GH5, okay, and I got a real estate video job. And the reason I got it is because I said I can create a 4K video for you, okay? And I got a higher pay just because of that, and I still use the GH5 now. It's been more than 3 years. It's such a fantastic camera, and what I love about it is that it gives you the professional tools like peaking, zebras, your variable shutter angles, stuff like that, which you would not normally get until you use, as Lakshya said in his last webinar, on like a red or something like that, that. So
Very
to be
LT or something like that. Yeah.
tools. Yeah, exactly. To be exposed to such tools is fantastic. And
Like-
I know all of you are in different industries, so it's great to connect. But I am specifically into the real estate industry. So I create promotional videos for real estate companies like Sotheby's. If you know them, they're one of my clients. So all of their work in Goa, I produce their walkthroughs, their promo films, photography. Um, then I create videos for real estate agents who want to sell high end, luxury villas, properties, things like that. So there's so many opportunities around, and for me to have the ability to exactly fine tune my image because of the tools that Panasonic gives us is mind blowing. And especially what I love about the Micro Four Thirds system is it's so compact, man. It's such a pleasure to work with. It's so compact, and your lenses are so tiny. And honestly, the beauty is that you have a professional capability in a tiny package, which is mind blowing to me.
Yeah.
And another great thing about Micro Four Thirds is that you can adapt Super 35 lenses to it. You can adapt full frame lenses to it, and it gives you superpowers because I use a f1.8 um, Super 35 lens, which is then converted to a f1.2.
Yeah.
So it's brilliant.
Mhm.
And most people are so crazy about shallow depth of field, but actually, if I know you guys would agree with me, as filmmakers, we don't want extreme shallow depth of field. We need
A lot
our
of times,
subject to
no.
be
Yeah.
fully focused, right? We need our subject to be fully in focus. So the great thing for me is when I shoot real estate videos, I shoot it, and I've told the Panasonic guys that the reason I shoot on a third-party lens is because I need something that's super wide. Plus, I need something with a wide aperture. So I shoot with a Tokina 11 to 16, which is a 2.8. But used with a Metabone speed booster, it gives me an f2 at 16 full frame equivalent. But you would never say that something is out of focus because of the micro four third system. Most everything looks like it's in focus. So honestly, we have superpowers because of the system that we're using. So yeah, that's a little bit from me. But
Absolutely.
I'm so pleased to connect with you guys, and I would love to connect you with on Instagram. I post daily stories on Little King Wolf. So Anudeep sir, Lakshya, we already connected, but I want to talk to you and Faisal sir and whoever else is here. I can't see the rest, but yeah, I'd love to connect with you. Go ahead, Lakshya. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No. I was just mentioning because you mentioned Micro Four Third because I shoot a lot of automobile thing and we keep going to the circuit, the Buddha International Circuit in Noida, and we need lenses like 800 and something like that. And a lot of times I go out there and shoot with GH5 with its lens which is 100 and 400, which gives me around 200 to 800. So like it's a different thing, and I suppose also when you're shooting wildlife you need a lot of focal length in terms of that. And I think I'm not sure, but Faisal can advise on this, but GH5 with 100 400 is like crazy, man. Like
we
Yes,
we used we used the GH5 for Sudan, and it was an amazing camera. And what I liked about it is it's light. You tend to get tired at times with a camera that's too heavy. But yes, amazing.
So with GH5 and Micro Four Thirds, specifically for wildlife, I've seen people using our lenses. Yes, 100 400 becomes 800. I've seen people using third-party lenses, which are like 600 lenses, 800 lenses. Then those become 1200 or a 1600. You multiply that if you are, like me, if you're a YouTuber who is going to publish his content in full HD, you have internal 2.7x again. So 1200 into 2.7 becomes around 3400 Just imagine what you can actually do in wildlife. Nothing. I'll guarantee you, if you're a wildlife cinematographer, and if you're not working for big budgets, Natchu and BBC, who want you to carry those heavy equipments, any other third party, just go for Micro Four Thirds with 100 400 Metabones adapter and another third party lens. I will not say, I'll say Sigma, probably 150 600. Sigma is another partner to us now. So wow, you got a 3400 range. Tell me,
and I think GH5 is one of the most efficient cameras we have, right? I mean, think about it. Even food videography also works so well because of that for us.
Because a full frame 1200 a full frame 1200 will cost you a whopping more than 1 CR amount. More than 1 CR. You have to sell your house. Probably still you don't have money for buying that lens or equipment. You also have to go and shoot. So that's what Micro Four Thirds is bringing for you. And with this, I will take the last question over here, which is a really interesting question from Pratyush Mun. And he has asked about, like, in all the three different aspects of cinematography, commercial cinematography, food cinematography, and even wildlife cinematography, what is the importance of mood boarding, and what is the difference in the three genres when it comes to mood boarding? I will, in this probably will start with the commercial guys over here, that's Ryan or Lakshay, and then move on to Anudeep, who's again into food. You have to do a lot of mood boarding, and probably last, which is the most, I'll say, natural genre out there, wildlife. How much mood boarding actually helps? I know the answer from Faisal, but yeah, I know the night spent with him doing the pre-production of the film. So, but let's start with Lakshay.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of times mood board helps. So like I'm into I pitch a lot of content and I keep pitching ideas to agencies and clients. And mood board helps a lot in pitching. I think like people get an idea of what exactly the visuals are going to look, and it also gives an idea to the entire team how the approach should be for this kind of video. And like for example, like we're doing a TVC for a car, maybe like then you get in. You need to align with the vision of how they want to market the car, and create a mood board according to that. And that gives a lot of what do you say, a lot of it helps while shooting, it helps while ideating, it helps while composing frames, and it helps to understand the entire idea and have a good the idea of look and feel. So mood board is required a lot of times, But you also you should be doing a lot of things freestyle and improvise while you're shooting, because I'm not that kind of a guy who like just write some things and just do that while you're on the set. I keep experimenting, and I keep experimenting with the lighting and things, because you never know what you will get when you're on the set. So a lot of times I ask my every DP, the DP that I'm working with, the cinematographers that I'm working with, to experiment and play around with a lot of things. So yeah, mood board helps to understand the idea, and and the entire team of filmmakers to kind of get to one align to one look and feel and vision. Mood board is important. Yeah.
So can I go?
Yes, yes, Anand.
So with food, especially, I keep coming back to the same point, which is each food has a different character and a different color scheme, and the entire palette that it can please, and the entire visual treatment it needs. So mood board will help you understand that. Now, it doesn't mean that mood boards are the only way of doing this. Sometimes with enough practice, you already know how to shoot this run and gun board, run and gun style, right? So it all boils down to the kind of shoot that you're going to be gearing up for. Like for an ad, you definitely need a mood board or storyboard, and you'll also figure out alternate shots that could work with the entire scheme of things. What is the essential vibe or theme that we're going with. All of those can be understood better with these tools, because essentially they're just tools to help make tell the story a lot more easier, and to keep like a uniform theme throughout, right? That's about it.
Yep. And over to Fazal now. So Fazal.
I think it is important to have your mood board. What I was earlier on, I think I just lightly spoke about what we call a shortlist. You need to know what you're going out for. What we usually do as well, apart from having our shortlist, is we also have a skeleton script. I don't like shooting with the voiceover in place, because I believe that limits creativity and what you want. But I like to have a skeleton script outlined. I like to have a short list. But of course, you have your magic moments out there, and you should be versatile enough to say, all right, that's not in the short list, but that's a unique shot. And you need to go out and capture that. I'll give you again an example on the documentary we just briefly talked about on posting. The opening scene is actually an elephant dying from poisoning. And we spent 4 hours filming that elephant. It was never in the short list or, the script. We didn't expect it. But while we were out there, the veterinary department of the Kenya Wildlife Service was kind enough to get in touch with us and tell us, look, come join us. We're trying to save an elephant. But unfortunately, we lost the elephant. So, yes, it's important to have. You don't want to just go shooting blindly. It guides you, and it helps you mold your story, because it can be very challenging when you just go and shoot blindly, and now when you come into post and you're sitting with your editor and you're like, okay, where's the storyline? What do we, So yes, it is mood boarding is important.
Yeah. So that's like.
May I add to this?
Yes, yes, right. Yeah.
So shortlist. When I was shooting my documentary, we're releasing a documentary this month called Unnecessary, and which is talking about the rise of C-section. So for that, we had a proper idea, like what kind of mood we needed, what kind of shots we needed, things like that. But very often, when you're doing, say, for example, real estate videos, and I've asked Pratyush to add it to the chat. So I was doing this one thing for this client called Luxo Aldona. So I do my real estate quite standard. But when you go over there, you get some brilliant ideas. Like there's this beautiful long table that I thought I could get a techno crane kind of shot. Now I didn't have a techno crane; it's all by hand, but it looks like a techno crane. All right. And then also there's this beautiful shot of her running across the balcony. And sometimes you have to be spontaneous. Sometimes you have to be creative. And what can you do with the situation and the environment? So having a short list is great. I think Lakshya, I could learn a lot from you. because I need to work more on my short lists and things like that. But sometimes you just wing it, and that's kind of my work style.
Similarly, like
Yes. So
whatever brings out the best product, that is the way.
yeah. So with this, we will take a break from this amazing session on cinematography today to start with the celebrations of World Photography Day. Again, to all of you, a happy World Photography Day, and I hope that next year on this day we all are sitting together into a same space without masks, without this distance, very energetic again, like we are today, discussing about our experiences in photography, in cinematography, and our works together. I've worked with Faisal, and I look forward to working with Anudeep in future. I'm again a foodie. I cook food and I love food, right? So, and like you, I love the grill. I've got around 3 grills at my home. I love it. Yeah, yeah. So let's do some cooking together someday. And to Lakshay, you're very dear and very near to me because
Yes.
just across a drive is Dehradun, and I love the
Yeah.
place. Rishikesh, shooting
Yeah.
over there. Let's probably things get better and let's shoot something together. And Ryan, for sure, Goa is always in my heart, and let's sit together and drink someday.
Hey,
So
so I've
yeah.
started this thing recently where I post a lot of, like, every Monday I do the music videos for my church, and I show the behind the scenes and every single step that I use. So
Sure.
if we can create a community like that where we are educating people on how we do it and what we do, it'll be great. I think we have some really talented people
I
out
think
here.
Lumix is already doing
Thank
that, and
you.
getting us on together, and talking to
Oh yeah,
people.
that's
Yeah.
true.
Sure.
So
So
we are
we will
creating a
keep
community. Yeah.
Yeah, so we will keep doing these kind of things. And thanks for joining in. With this, we will take break from this session. Another 10 minutes. We have another session coming on the weddings and I'll say wedding photography with yeah, so with the wedding, so we have got Jayant Chabra, PK Suri, and Sandeep Hola, three of the biggest names into the wedding industry in India. It is when it comes to photography and videography today. I'll also say that with this COVID situation, that is the most impacted industry in photography, and we hope that things go better. Again, the Indian wedding industry, which is a good $50 billion industry, again thrives back, and hoping our fingers are crossed. But learning should never end. So we have got another session in another, I'll say 9 minutes. I'll take a break over here, and I'll request Raghu to I'll request guests to be there. Happy World's Photography Day again. My colleague Raghu will take you through a little brief about Lumix cameras, and till that time, we will prepare for the next session. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you,
Thank you,
everyone.
Faisal.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Anudeep.
Pleasure meeting with all
Thank
of
you,
you.
Faisal.
Right.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you,
Thank you,
Videsh.
Lakshay. Thank you, Anadeep.
Thank you
Yeah.
for having me.
Bye.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Bye. I'm logging off.
Goodbye, everyone. It was nice
Ritesh,
meeting all.
please connect me to Anudeep sir and Faisal sir.
Sure, sure, sure.
So Faisal sir, since no one else is talking, where are you based?
Well, I'm based in Nairobi,
Oh,
Nairobi,
really?
Kenya.
Wow.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So
How
we
about
have an
you?
international. I'm based in Goa, India.
Right,
We don't
right.
have too much wildlife, but we do have some. I haven't tried it. But I'm waiting to get my hands on the 100, 400. What do
Right.
you use, by the way?
Well, I use the Panasonic, the GH5. I also have a Canon. I also have a GoPro. So you need to be very versatile
Yeah.
when you're using wildlife. When you're on wildlife, you need to be a bit versatile. And again, what the client wants. We're working on something that should kick off later on next month. and the client has asked for something really big, a piece of the camera. So you have to be versatile.
That's amazing. Yeah,
Yes.
and you said you're mostly cinematography or photography?
Well, I started off with wildlife photography. I still do it.
Okay.
I'd say I do both because I've started publishing my work as well. I've started doing coffee table books with augmented reality.
All right. Sorry.
Yeah, hi, Faisal sir.
Hi, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Am I loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
Hi. Well, I can't see all of you right now, but I'm just trying to get there. Okay, yeah. Oh, I think I missed a lot probably. Who else were there on it? Hitesh and
So the previous session we had Aradeep Reddy from Bengaluru and Faisal sir, and as well as Latte Kanduri.
okay, I guess I just missed that because I just reached the airport and I'm actually sitting at the airport right now and hopefully get back into Delhi today. Uh, it seems to be raining quite heavily in Delhi, is it, Hitesh? Hitesh?
Hitesh sir, you need to unmute
Hi.
your microphone.
Hi, PK. How are you?
Hi, good. How are
Been
you
to
doing?
Mumbai for a couple of days, I believe. Yes.
Yeah. I just got in day before yesterday. I had to stay back for an extra day, and on my way back at the airport already. And I think I heard I got a couple of calls frantically saying that don't catch a flight today because it's kind of raining very heavily in Delhi. It's flooded. Is that the
Yeah.
case out there?
Yes, that's the case. It's
Yeah. Oh wow.
raining
So I
heavily
think
over
I'll have to swim and wade my way through back home.
there.
Any chance of getting a speedboat? I don't think I'm going to get any speedboats there in Delhi. Ola and Uber and all are available, or are they shut down too?
No idea. I'm
No
not
idea.
the one who is using any
Who's
Ola
traveling
Uber
right now?
services. Who is traveling anyways? So
Well, it's good to see you and congratulations and wish you a very happy Photographer's Day today. Today is a great day for all of us.
Yes,
It's something that not only is a passion and a hobby, is also now a profession for a lot of people, a lot of us, as well as a lot of new entrants. Every day, in fact, I keep hearing of new people getting into our industry. And yesterday, I was talking to some folks from the MPA, the Mumbai Photographers Association, and they were telling me that scenes are even though it's down and dumps in terms of business and there's not much happening, but there is a lot of a new breed of entrants who are getting into the photography in terms of weddings and other genres of photography as well. And I'm glad to hear that because the new blood, new fresh minds that are yet looking forward to some new way of working in our industry, and I think everything's is there. There are changes that are taking place, and these changes are probably only for the better. So good wishes to all these new entrants, and hopefully, we will see some new talent also coming in simultaneously. But at the start of it all, let me wish everyone who's here a happy Photographer's Day. And do we have our friends joining in? Pratyush is
Yes,
not.
sir. People are joining in. I'm here.
Pratyush, you're here. Hi. How are you
Hi,
doing?
sir.
What
Good,
about
sir. How
what
are
about
you?
Sandeep? And very good, very good. Luckily, not getting wet in the rain outside. But
Right. I'll let you
Hello.
first. Sandeep is connected if I'm not wrong.
Sandeep connected. Hi, Sandeep. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I hope you're not in the wild right now.
No, I'm not. No.
So you're back in
Happy World
civilization.
Photography Day to everyone.
Yes, absolutely.
Same to you, Sandeep. Same to you,
Same to you,
Sandeep.
Sandeep sir. Same to
Thank you.
you,
Thank you.
PK sir.
To wish you all a very, very happy Photographer's Day and Photography Day. And Sandeep, you're back in civilization, huh?
Yes. I'm back in civilization.
What about Jayant? Is he around?
Hi,
Yes.
Sandeep sir. Jared sir is joining in another 2 minutes. I just gave him a call and he'll quickly join us.
Okay,
Okay.
great.
Okay.
So,
Great.
well, it's been a super long 5 months of COVID already. And yesterday I was
Yes.
talking to some folks especially Sandeep, you must hear this because I was speaking to some folks from the Mumbai Photographers Association,
Okay.
and we were trying to figure out what is the positive side of this COVID that has happened in the last 5 months for photography in terms of, what is the positive thing that's happened? I mean, everyone is so negative about it naturally because
Yes, yes,
businesses
yes.
are down, and not much is happening. A lot of people have lost their jobs. A lot of people are in a situation where they have to remove their employees from their offices, unfortunately, taking a
Right.
back seat. But in the midst of this all, what is the positivity that we can inspire ourselves and everybody here who's on board, to look forward to a better 2020 from where on we start from here, as well as 21 and thereon. Uh, a very, very tricky question, and there was no real conclusive answer out of it. The only thing,
Okay.
that positivity that I drew out of the conversation yesterday was naturally a couple of things which is very generic in terms of us being learning online, and we're discussing a lot of things, but the memories that we have gathered over these last 50 years. I mean, like, I'm now 48 years old, and I've been in the business of photography since almost 24 years, and 10 years of learning before that. So 30 odd years in the field of photography, and I think the
Yeah.
memories of these 30 years plus, for me, is invaluable. It is something that which I cannot even fathom to think that, that the kind of journey that we've all had. I'm sure everyone's had some great stories, great memories, and these memories have taken us forth through all these years. And when I sit down in these last 4 months and I'm reminiscing, thinking about those great days, those great weddings, those great moments, the expressions of the couple's faces when we show them the actual final film, when we show them the actual pictures at the end of it all, those memories have actually taken us for these last 4 months. And I'm sure that when things get better, we look at these 4 months and say, "Yeah, I mean, tough times always come. When you're climbing up a
Right.
mountain, you'll have that difficulty, but then there's when you reach that peak at the top, you're there and you're looking, around, and you're saying, wow, this is the benefit of my hard work. The last the last 1-2 kilometers must have been very difficult, but finally I'm at the top and I'm enjoying it now." So
Right. Right.
the
Right.
journey always is never smooth, and right now we've come through a rough patch, a very rough patch, and I'm sure things will smoothen out in a couple of months, hopefully, with the invention of these vaccines, which I'm sure the whole world and all the scientists of the world, the brains of the world, are looking forward to. And once there is some real conclusive, vaccine out for all of us, I think things will definitely turn back to normal. People are waiting. Like when I flew in day before yesterday, I was quite scared. I was fully covered with a mask, with a visor, which I'm yet carrying with me, by the way. I got my
Okay.
visor here,
Oh,
and I've got my mask here. I'm sitting at the airport, and I've removed all of
okay.
this right now because I'm sitting at the corner. But when I reached Bombay and I met a lot of people, I think there is that sort of freedom out here which people are experiencing yet. They're
Okay.
they are scared, but not so worried as I was when I got in here today. When I got in here day before
Right. Right.
yesterday,
Right.
I think
I
people
think
are
we are
waiting.
all getting less scared and scared as the day goes
Yes,
by. Yeah.
yes, absolutely. They're getting used to a new normal, with which we all talk
Right.
about a new
Right.
normal. I think people are getting used to a new normal. People are being careful, but somewhere down the line, I think that people are losing that, the scared feeling is being lost, and people are getting back to a new normal. They're living their lives again. And I'm looking forward to that new normal coming back. Hopefully, people don't get affected in the negative sense with this virus. But if people are, at least they're starting to think more positively. The last 4 months has been a lot of
Very true.
negative thinking, and now people have actually started thinking more positive, and that's what I'm glad about. Hitesh, what do you feel? You've been cooped up at home all through. You've not stepped out quite a bit at all. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Hitesh, you're not audible.
Hitiji?
Say that. Hi Jayant, how are you? Uh, I, Hi, PK sir. Hi, Sandeep. Welcome
Hello.
you all to this celebration of World Photography Day with Lumix.
You too, and to you
Thank
all.
you. Thank you.
Yes, so, Jayant, your mic is mute. You will have to unmute.
Yeah, hi Hitesh, how are you doing?
Doing good, yeah, doing good.
Hello.
Oh,
Hi,
Jayant
Jayant.
is outside some in the car. Yeah.
Jayant, you're getting the car since day before yesterday.
I think he's non-stop traveling.
No, I'm not actually. It's raining bad, really good here. It's raining really nice here.
It's raining good outside. The air is changed. The weather is changed. You feel that freshness of rain once you step out. You know, uh, I'll just reminisce few words of mine which I wrote many years ago. That on the rain that ये जो ये जो मिट्टी की खुशबू आती है बारिश की पड़ती बूंदों से सोचता हूँ कैद कर लूँ इसे किसी इत्र की शीशी में मैं जो the smell of perfume that comes out of the land when the raindrops fall, that is something amazing. And I believe everybody is enjoying that season of monsoon. We're not outside, we're not shooting, we are in these webinars today. Normally on this day we are out shooting, doing photography walks. But as a spirit of photographers, I would say that the most impacted industry in photography, as Suri sir was also mentioning, has been the wedding photographers. And you are three of India's top wedding photographers. And from your perspective, I would like to know how these 3 months, these 4 months, 5 months have been for you, and now as things are opening, how the things are looking out for you.
First of all, Hitesh, I must say that was beautiful. All right, what you said earlier was so meaningful and beautiful, and thank you for that. It is truly, the last, I mean, what you said. I mean, you're a shair in your own right, man. I never knew that. I think we need to sit with a beer and do some of this together. All of us, and especially Jan, you're there in the city too. So I should be back this evening, and we should definitely try and hook up as soon as possible. But having said that, I think what you mentioned in the last 4 months, Hitesh, is I think all of us, especially in the wedding fraternity, the wedding business, not only photographers like Jayant and Sandeep and myself and a lot of other seasoned photographers of the wedding industry and also the newcomers. It's not only us, but I think everybody who's been a part of this $450 million industry in our country, which has, it has affected a lot of us, a lot of people. From the planners to the, from the smallest people who are involved in the business to the topmost of them, everybody's been involved and affected. And it is, it's like when a train stops, the most difficult thing is to get it started back on again. And that's how I feel, it is, because literally the train was running in full speed, in full steam and full gear. And we were doing 100 miles an hour, all of us, and then suddenly we've come to a standstill without any real good weddings taking place. And to get it all started, I think it's the only way this can actually happen is probably once the vaccine comes out and the positivity that we all still have in our hearts, and hopefully all the customers, all our clients, all our lovely couples that are going to get married, looking forward to get married in the future, will have that positivity to bring about. And even the most challenging thing, like a 50 people wedding, will change back once these things are taken care of, where the government will actually open up the doors and say, okay, let's get back to the new norm, to the new normal, or the old normal, which was, you do what you want and have a great time at a wedding. I hope that happens, and I'm looking forward to that happening soon. So that is something that we all, I think, are looking forward to the future, and for that happening as soon as possible. But in the last 4 months, if you ask me, I think it's been kind of down, depressing. Everybody has felt the pinch. from people who've been in the organized sector in the wedding industry to people who have not been so organized in the sector as well. Everyone has been affected, and I think it's taken a toll. And we've been looking forward to that positivity coming back in. And this World Photography Day, I hope we all bring about that positivity back into everyone's hearts and souls, and
Yes.
hope for things to get better soon.
So when
Jayant, how
this-
do you feel?
I think you very well described all the situations that we have faced together as individuals, as photographers, or as enterprise. I think moreover this was more of a situation to control, conduct, and create technically, because we would have created many different beautiful situations for us and our team in terms of learning experiences, in terms of how to create something much better than before. So we have always been as a company trying to achieve something which is more towards catering to high-end wedding photography scene in India. So apart from that, personal life, yes. For those who were missing their families and traveling all around, that was one of the biggest opportunities that we have received from this coronavirus pandemic. But moreover, I feel that this is something wherein we guys have to step in and really boost the morale of the team working with us, really boost the morale of the family who we support, really boost the morale of people who used to do a lot of business, and just they couldn't relax because there were a lot of clients always on their back. So now this was a game changer for all of us to understand and really concentrate on what we do as like making the work really authentic and really understanding how we can push up, and then how we can just do this after the vaccine comes and then everything gets back to normal. So I think this has been both ways. Uh, Challenging, yes, to stay at home for a long period of time, which we have never done in our lives since past decade. I'm sure my all fellow photographers agree that we were free souls, and whenever I used to land up in wedding, for example, in Hyderabad or in Abu Dhabi or in Goa or wherever. So I always developed my brand, not like Delhi weddings, but I always used to do weddings outside. Even if I used to get paid, and there was a lot more work because I personally used to love to travel. So I always thought of meeting new people, new brides and grooms. But what happens when you do domestic weddings, like when you're situated in Delhi or Gurgaon, you see the same venues again, and I don't think so that I had learned much here. What I have learned more in my life is only by taking opportunities and risks. So my risks were involved also when this pandemic came, and then I was thinking that this is smooth, but after 3 months, I realized that this is not smooth. You have to get down to your savings to support your family and to support your well-being of your staff. So, moreover, it has been a great learning experience for me as a company, and we will outgrow this for sure.
Yeah, great. So over to you, Sandeep, now. So Sandeep, you have already done a couple of 50 people weddings. So how's the experience been, and how you things have started? Because at certain locations things have started up, and I believe the things will start growing much better. Today,
Yes.
like when we started this session, we started this World Photography Day sessions. At first, I even forgot that there is something called Corona out there. There is something called COVID. I never brought this into
Sorry, I
conversation.
reminded you.
No. I was reminded by Faisal in the previous session only.
Okay.
Okay, this question
So
has
you can
come.
blame it on him then, you know.
I can blame it on him. I completely forgot about it because this is a
But
day
the
of
amount of
celebration.
And let me tell you, Hiteshji, the world is also forgetting, not just you. And in a recent engagement shoot that I had done, I was so busy taking the pictures. Me and my brother were the only people who were wearing masks. And I turned back, and there were like 15 people standing behind me wearing no masks. They were all so close to me that I guess I was really shocked and very scared for a moment. But that made me think like maybe people are forgetting that there is something called Corona.
Sandeep, you are very lucky.
No, actually, those 15 were very close to each other.
Yeah.
But Sandeep has been very lucky. He at least gets the expressions in this time also. Otherwise, you get only mask in front of your face. You can't see any expressions.
Right. And a lot of people are not wearing any masks because they are concerned that their expressions or whether they are smiling or not, they won't be able to see it in pictures or videos. They're very much concerned on that rather than the disease right now. So it's all the moment that is finally,
Absolutely. That's exactly how I feel. That imagine doing a wedding like this where everybody is wearing their mask. You don't get a chance to see anyone's expressions. You don't get a chance to see anyone's reactions. There's no wow, ooh factor,
So what's a candid if there is no expression?
Absolutely. What's a candid? I mean, no one's going to jump off the roof, to get a candid picture of that. You need the expressions. You need that wow factor. So, well, that's what I'm hoping this, thing dies out soon and we get back to our old normal. And let's hope for the best where that is concerned. But tell me, you've done how many weddings in this last this COVID time, the last 4 months, Sandeep?
15 altogether.
Are you serious? You've done 15 weddings?
Yeah.
Buddy, your boat is rocking.
Kind. One of a kind weddings. I've never shot weddings like these in my life.
I wanted to ask Sandeep, how much did you take 100% advance or still pending?
So well, it all depends if he
still pending.
It all depends if how many people he's given the virus to ahead. So based on that, they'll deduct the amount.
It's a very tough time because we were very conscious about what we touch and who we get in contact with. So it's very difficult, and also to keep all of the movements in track. It's very difficult because I don't want myself to be infected.
With the mask, I think it's impossible for a person.
Oh man, it's highly impossible. Yeah, with the mask.
It's uncomfortable.
When you want to capture a lot of movements, and when you run around a lot of times, it's highly impossible.
It's very
to have a mask on and to shoot a wedding like how you used to do before.
And one side of the brain says that you haven't sanitized. It's been 3-4 minutes. Let's go sanitize.
Right.
I know. Sanitize your hands, sanitize your face, and by the
amount of what in my life from the past 1 month. I've started like the way I used to panic and then sanitize my hands every I stopped doing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm still negative.
Right.
So keep your fingers crossed, huh?
No, yes. Propaganda.
Yeah.
Let's take a dive from this to the next set of things. So, how do you feel that Sandeep has done a couple of weddings. I think so. You Parikshit ji also flew in to Mumbai for some meetings, and things are starting up. There is some kind of fear. But yes, when it comes to people who don't have comorbidities specifically, their fear is vanishing and things are opening up, which is good for the economy. This should happen. I belong to the other class wherein I have comorbidities, so stepping out for me is always a risky factor, and I have to take care more than anybody else. But yes, for the restructuring of economy and restructuring of business, the things have to come up and the business has to start anyways. So how you people are thinking, how till the vaccine is, yes, the vaccine is the best way when everybody can come out, everybody can celebrate, and celebrations happen in that ways. But things have changed. How is the what is the future of live streaming into weddings? As we are using currently, I'm also using my Lumix camera for connecting with you, so you can actually see the quality difference over there. This was the webcam I was using. In the previous session, somehow I was some connection issue that I faced and I had to use this. But when you see vis-a-vis the other thing, you can utilize your cameras for live streaming also. Those possibilities are growing because the number of people is limited, and we can actually broadcast to the world what is happening and in a good quality. Secondly, what kind of precautions and how this start will happen? This is what my question would be to the panel.
I think as very well said by Parikshit, that these are the times when we have definitely seen a gradual low, and then the high will be there. So where this shall pass. So this is something. After every thunderstorm, there is a beautiful light. So I believed in
Very well
this,
said.
and I'm still believing
Very
in
well,
this.
very well.
And let it be, like let it do whatever it wants to do. But in the end, we have done something really grateful for us and for the world, wherein people are inspired by whatever we do, even in the smallest form or the biggest form. It doesn't matter for us. Like the intimate weddings that we used to do, we used to always cherish all kinds of weddings. Financially, yes, there people are just not been able to understand, because I'm sure they have fallen out from their businesses as well. But yes, it is looking really bright. We definitely are getting into the second stage, wherein we are getting the news from the crowd. They're going at 200, 300, 400 people right now. So I don't know what the government norms say, but there are some properties who have been established, and then they're trying to get more than 150 rooms or 100 rooms for a wedding. So I think there is a great possibility. There is nothing short. I was speaking in one of the events last year, so I clearly said that why discount? I don't understand this therapy or in India, right? Technically, because I understood when there is 50 people, the client will definitely want to make you feel that they're also not spending. Now, when this virus is getting up, when you're booking 125 or 150 rooms for your wedding group, then there is no way that you should get discount. So my idea is, we are artists, right? Even if we don't work for some months, that doesn't matter. In the end, we are artists, and we should not undervalue ourselves. So what happens, right? What happens if Picasso's paintings are down at 80% off or 50% off?
Yes, very truly said, Jen. So
I feel there is nothing short. We should really be together. And I would also appreciate the companies that are working all around India. There must be 5 lakh companies all around the world, right? Or India. I would appreciate that. Panic and don't discourage your pricing that you have gained in a couple of years. If you discourage your pricing just for the sake of earning some bucks, you're also getting the virus free.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I totally agree with you on that, Jayant. It's taken years and years to develop the experience that we all have. And plus, not only us, because I think the rest of the industry as well.
Out of all three of us, Parikshit has been here since 20 years. And the pandemic comes in 100 years. Even he was not prepared.
Nobody was prepared. Absolutely.
So also, and he's managing Bombay, Delhi, or Delhi, Bombay. That's all right. Success. Even I have seen success in 6 years or 5 years, but I was not prepared.
Absolutely. I think this is something that no one can be prepared. Yeah.
Yeah. No one was prepared for this. Yeah.
Hitesh has not stepped out. I know. He lives in Gurgaon. He's not stepped out. He's not able to go to the office because there has been situation.
Yeah. But from the first day,
he's live. He's speaking with us.
Yeah. So from the first day, I'd say that the spirit we have together as a community of photographers has kept us live, even when the So at first, in the first 20 days, whenever anybody was going live, there were hundreds of people who were coming because everybody is free. They want to watch content. Then those followings also kept going down. But as a company, we have not kept that as a demotivating factor. We know that we have got that specific set of people who come for what we are doing, and for them we want to do these sessions again and again, and we will keep on doing these things because as a group of photographers who are leading the industry, be it into for myself, be it into training, for you people into wedding photography, somebody into cinematography, we also have that duty towards others to bring them in and be inclusive in that sector. So these.
Yeah, so like just
Yeah, Jay. Yes.
I started something really holistic, which brought a lot of education to me and my members on the team. So what I did is one guy will come to my office, like who is feeling safe, who is not in fever, and then who has no symptoms. He can come to my office, and I'm doing this one and a half 2 months now. You spend day with your mentor. So I invite them over lunch, one guy, and we spend like we end up in a drinking session late with my guys. So one guy spends a day with me. So I prepare for that guy the previous day. So what we have to discuss. So,
So I will request the guests to please mute their mics and please not start their videos. This disturbs the session. Please mute your mics for. I'll request guests for that.
yeah, so I started doing this every day. And what has it resulted in? I have seen a boost in these guys that they're not feeling about their downfall, feeling about uprise, and they have a pathfinder. If
Yeah,
you have a
great.
pathfinder, then there is nothing that you can not rely on. You have to always rely on a pathfinder. So I being what I could do is to push them, to tell them, to educate them again and again. The same thing. You know how it works in weddings. I still tell my guys to check the sound, right? Because I don't know. I've told them millions of times, but it is the repetitive classical conditioning that you have to do. So,
Great.
so training is one thing that I have really cherished in this part of time. Earlier it was very formal. Now it has been informal because I cannot sit. I'm not that kind of a guy who will sit 2 hours and then just traumatize a guy, right? I will be a guy who will chill, who will show them 10 videos and discuss about those videos.
Right.
So, really been appreciated. Apart from the web series they do or me do or whatever we do webinars, but I think personal interaction with your personal team or your second shooter or your third shooter has to be there. It has to be there, and it is endless. What do you say,
So,
Malik?
so basically, Jayant, I believe that there is no end to a learning curve. All right, there's no end to it, and in these times, whether we sit with one of our people, whether we sit with, watching anyone else on one of these chats or these webinars, or we learn from the internet, or we see whatever we do, we are all, including people like yourself, Sandeep, Hitesh, me, all of us in the industry, or anyone in this world, it's a learning curve which will never end. So whether it's imparting knowledge or whether it's gaining knowledge, we're doing that at every step of our life. It's just how we use this time, these 4 months or these 6 months, to benefit ourselves and to enhance our knowledge. Naturally, I think all of us, including yourself, has given a lot of time to their families, and that's brilliant because during I know for a fact during our season time, I don't see my family for over 6 months at times. I come in, pack my bags, change my clothes, and I'm out the door the next morning again for another destination. So you're literally coming in and going out, and when you come back at the end of it, you're sitting down doing post production. So, there's not that much quality time that we have been able to devote to our families over these years. And I think these 4 months has a lot of time has actually gone quality time in spending with our family, our children, our, spouses, our parents, whatever. And I think that's brilliant. That's another learning curve that COVID has taught us all, because otherwise we were only running after work. We were only working, 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 and now this curve has enhanced our experience with our families, to our loved, near and dear ones, and to our loved ones, which is brilliant. So. The positivity that derived out of these 4 months is, yes, spending a lot of time with my family and my kids. I think that time is invaluable. I would have never been able to do this if I had another 10 assignments or 14 or 50 assignments also. I would have been just doing that. And because you're restricted physically to move out of your house, I enhance my experience with my family. I enhance my experience with learning a little bit, with spending time with fellow photographers like yourselves over these chats, and it's been brilliant to experience all this. Doing this has enhanced my knowledge and experience in this virtually in a vertical form. So I think probably that should remain a fact for all of us. What would you say, Sandeep?
Yes, indeed. And in these 7, 8 years of my experience as a wedding photographer, I don't think I had amount. I had safari.
You're breaking.
Time.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Yes, that was the time. I'll cherish my lifetime, and we can't say thanks to COVID, but since I had this free time, I was able to do it.
Otherwise, we can't thank COVID. I agree with you. Yeah.
COVID, but still, the time the only time I got to spend with my family, real nice.
Yeah, true.
So
sorry, you were saying, Hitesh.
Yeah. So as wedding photographers, you people have been able to spend time with your families. I know that how wedding industry works and how you people are on move, and so this has been a change, I think so. And what kind of so when it comes to wedding photographers, what are your tips to them in this learning curve and the future weddings?
Hitesh,
yeah.
One more thing I forgot to point out to you is that during this point of time, this last 4 months, it has given a lot of us, I'm sure Jayant and Sandeep also would agree, that it has given a lot of us a lot of time to actually look back at our data, which we've collected in all these years, and remove choicest of pictures and films out of it. Like I've given my team a little job to do in terms of when they're not doing anything. I've told them to look at all the data and create short films of all the couples that we had done earlier, differently, in a different way. So, everyone's been working on the past data that we've got also again. So it's nice to look back and see all that data and take out some more content from it, which we've been using on our Insta pages and things like that. So I've literally gone through about almost close to 100 plus weddings in the last couple of years to take out data from there and work on that. So these things would never have happened otherwise. On a regular day, no scope of it.
So have you,
because we've had all this time.
Have you given this data back to some of your clients again that I've refurbished your film 8 years down the line? Now probably you have become old, you have got kids, but you have got this another film, you can actually watch it.
So yes, we've shared some of the images with them. The films are yet on its way in terms of finalizations for some of them, and I won't say we're doing 100 films, but we're doing about 8-10 of them that we're again working on. But yes, we are and our couples have been really enjoying seeing those pictures from a different perspective, because those have we've taken out some other data, some different kind of shots, and have edited them and sent them to their clients. So they've really enjoyed seeing these images also. Sometimes you miss through a couple of pictures, some really good moments that you've captured, because you've got like 20,000 pictures and you're trying to sort out and give them the best 2,000 out of them. So sometimes you miss a couple of pictures, which now you view it from a different perspective because you have the time, and you take out those pictures and you start working on them again. So I would say we put our time, used our time to some of these kind of assignments given to ourselves, just to be able to take out some more data and be able to utilize them with social media and give it back to our clients as well.
This is amazing, as what you people as business owners have been doing, like Suri sir, doing refurbishing those videos and giving it to clients. You have that, again, you have that edge of being with the client in this time as well, right? So with Jayant, he's been mentoring specifically his team, so that once we are back in this situation, you
I think that's
have a
fantastic,
strong
Jayant.
team with you. Which will again bounce back with new creativity, new ideas, new set of work. Because as I know, Jayant's one of the iconic images that he clicked was actually invisible, how we actually Photoshop and make people levitate. And he used that in the pre-wedding scenario, and that's how it was a very iconic image of his. So probably you might have gone and created some new ideas. What I'm going to do in the next pre-wedding.
True.
I'm gonna go crazy.
So tell us, Jayant, what are the new stuff that you've been talking to your people about, and what have you been driving them to do?
There are two things of my life. Like, I'm more of a how do you say? I'm more of a black and white guy, as in terms of my pictures. But I do business. Technically, I'm a businessman in the end, and so every brand, who's not working independently as single photographer or a first shooter, I work for everybody. So you see if you see go my page, I don't say who has clicked this picture, because what I feel, who has organized that click, who has been working as a retoucher, who has been working as showing the light. So there are a lot of tags that you have to do, correct? So I don't even tag myself in most of the pictures. Like 99%, I don't tag pictures. I just tag people who message me, like the makeup artist or the decor or the management or the outfit. Now coming to the other point, why I don't do that? Because I appreciate all 6 members of them. So I have a retoucher who doesn't have an Instagram account. Now he will someday come to know that I have worked on this image. Was I a little less than all those others who had that Instagram account? So I first of all don't do that. I don't do it to myself also. Now coming to what I'm going to do. So I paint. I do a lot of abstract actually. So all my life I have been thinking differently in terms of what I want to be. Like I was never into photography. I wanted to do this as a business. But gradually, learning curves came into my life. A lot of beautiful people I met. I realized that I can be something. I can create something better. Right. This is how we do it every day. This is how we challenge us every day. Now, business is okay, right? I know when to get 5 queries. I know it. How to create those moolah. I know how to create that thing going, right? I'm sure Parikshit would know right now that this is how we can create some moolah. This is how we can create some art. So what I believe is every couple, like yesterday I was talking to a couple from US. So they were supposed to get married this June and July. I had 3 weddings back to back in June and July with one wedding. That wedding planner was also in this Netflix series, Indian Matchmaking. So with her, I had 3 weddings. I had to cancel now. Now the couple was asking that I really wish that you click us for at least one full day, you yourself. So I told them that this, as a photographer, this is me, right? I can create one of the best events, create whatever you want. But now I want to give direction to everything. I just don't want to do it. I just want to direct, bring some art, bring what I feel, that moment, that weather, that time. I really want to make things more organized. Because earlier it was you're going in a marathon, and then you're just running and you don't think about how you're running, how you have to hydrate yourself, how you have to really really pull this in the last 100 meters. So the marathon has stopped for me now.
So it's like a third point, viewpoint where you're seeing everybody doing what they're doing, and you're getting everybody to do exactly what should be done. Right? Is
So,
that?
so what I did was I saw caliber in my team, right? So I've seen three kinds of photographers. One photographer is pretty awesome in doing portraits, right? So I've always made that mark. Like, you always have to do the portraits. But given a situation, for example, he has to do some crazy underwater photography. So I've trained him according to that. That there has to be no fail, right? There has to be no open show that I cannot go up, right? So I have trained team as multitasking, which has really helped me. So one of my guys, you must have seen the situation wherein a young guy comes and he says that I cannot do a portrait of a family. I'm those one-handed guy who can just do here and there and then do some creative stuff. So I told him that whatever you learned is okay for me, but what I want to learn now from you, get from you, is to get some nice, to understand light. So I made him spend his $50, because when you spend, they will not learn. So I made his money, his income, $50 and learn light, because he won't learn from me.
True.
Now,
so that's a good way.
He loves doing portraits only, family portraits only. And that is also how do you do that? It's very critical. It's very interesting also when you place those objects. And all are different sizes. All have different height.
Yeah.
So I feel that what I do next is more organized. I will do more less so that it gets more organized.
Organized, yeah.
Great. So more over towards direction.
More towards direction, yes.
Direction in wedding. Yeah. So probably we will see.
Nothing doing here and there, not thinking, and then just picking up your camera and then using whatever the God has gifted us. But I want to add whatever the God has gifted us to, so that we as artists are also appreciated with what we want to think and how we want to realize on the money the client is spending. So why not? They want something extra, for sure. You would agree. Like, every client wants something extra. So why not? So yesterday I was just with a music composer in Hyderabad. So this guy is the groom's friend. So now he's a singer. He's an established music producer. He's saying, I want to do a song for them. I said, why not? So we were discussing and we were exchanging footage with him, and so that he can create something really magical in Telugu.
Great.
So there has to be more of collaboration. What I feel there is.
True.
This is not now restricted to wedding industry. This is related to a lot of people working around this industry who've been catering to other industries also.
Yes.
So I'll share one very nice, beautiful example. So we as wedding photographers really was not into sound. So we were always into capture. If Parikshit would know that earlier there was no people who used to DSLR and then have a head mount with the sound.
Right.
But now things have changed over the past 3 years. You understood the layer in editing, and then sound is
very important.
Yeah.
So now Yeah. So now what happened? I was filming. There is a series coming on Netflix, and I have shot 2 episodes of that, of real wedding, and I saw the team, the how the real team works. So there was a girl who was carrying a sound equipment, and I've not seen. So I've not seen like when I was very young when I saw a Bollywood film being made in Himachal in Dalhousie, right? So I at that point of time in my life I didn't understood that how this works. Now I understand how this works. So I saw this lady with a boom mic, and then she was handling the whole day, and then she was mentioning something like she's anti-terrorist bomb squad. I went up to her and I saw her gadget and I was like blown away. I said, if you guys are taking so much pain to record like this, why can't we?
True.
And I hired her for the next wedding.
Wow.
I
Nice.
spent 30K extra, but what results I've got is better than Netflix.
Absolutely. It's
So
all about sound and video. It's
Yeah,
audio
but
video, right? So
I-
you got to give as much importance to the audio as the film itself.
yeah, so I feel collaborating makes it more interesting.
Interesting as well. Yes.
There are people who are doing a lot of creative stuff who are catering to other industries as well. So why not get the real people inside wedding fitters? Why not? And control them.
So that's been the idea, I think. So me and PK sir also discussed. I said, why not? Why don't you jump into the other side of it? Like you have got creators. Why not create something? If not wedding right now, then probably some series or some content. So we have been most of the times. Whenever I get time, I always keep try to give creative ideas to people outdoor. And Sandeep, so for you, you again have been into a creative side of photography specifically, and you have experimented with different art forms like multiple exposure and bringing something new to the wedding, a very fresh perspective to the wedding industry. So how have you been planning? What new for you in the coming future?
See, I want to give out some good knowledge about what's not been studied by a lot of people. Like, see, there's this multiple exposure is a feature that is there in the camera since like 1 or 2 years, but nobody is using it. Like 90% of the people who are using the camera still don't know, I feel. Only a few people know that. So this is something that I got to know. Thankfully, I got to know very early, and I've been doing it from since then. And this is a time where I can concentrate more towards that, like more towards the creative part of it. And in my life, I believe that every moment that I waste here, there is someone out there working harder than me to surpass me in life. So I make sure I don't waste any time doing unnecessary stuff. So I have made a small list of what's necessary right now and what will matter the most for me in my career in the coming times. So I'm concentrating only on that right now and my family. That and family. That is all that I'm doing right now. So doing what really matters is what matters to me.
And so, Sandeep, so my last question to all of you before I open the panel for more questions is that what would be your tip as one as photographers, another as business owners to all the wedding photographers out there?
Could you repeat that, Hitesh?
Yes. So one last tip before we open the questions to the audience, and as I asked to the cinematography panel also previous to this, is that what is the tip that you would like to give to the photographers or new budding people coming into the industry or business owners out there? As one tip as a photographer and one tip as a business owner uh, in coming future.
Okay, so would Sandeep, you like to shoot first?
Yeah. Continuing the point that I was talking on. So my suggestion to the budding photographers is that they see, when I started, there was like only 50 or 20%, I can say 20% of the resource or knowledge that's out here today. It was only 20% of what it is today that was out there. So what we had to do was we had to uh, learn and do our own thing. What we have learned, we had to apply it to get the proper results. I see a lot of people just learning and thinking they know everything before even applying it. So my suggestion to all of them is to learn first, apply it, use your own creative way, and think like, what? Oh, so this guy has done something like this. So this technique, why can't it be to suppose what I do is I use a panorama technique to my couple shoots. So similar like that, why can't you do it a few techniques to what you do? It's not that a technique is supposed to be meant for only one genre of photography or something like that. So you can, you can mix match all of that to bring out a different work, a unique perspective, or something like that. So my suggestion would be that you explore what's there, you find out your style, and try to mix match and find your perfect version of your style.
So, PK sir.
So, but I would go on to say that there are two different things. One is business, and the second is your hobby, your passion. All right. When you amalgamate these two things to what we have done, like what I personally have done in my life, is photography was always a passion, was always a hobby, was something that I grew up with in my family. But when I got into the business of it and I amalgamated the two, that's when there was a responsibility also simultaneously with the passion of doing photography. When someone takes up a camera as in a passion, with the passion that he has to get some lovely shots or to create memories, uh, when he's not involving the business aspect, there's no responsibility. But the moment he brings about that responsibility, he makes a livelihood out of it, not only for himself, but also to his team members and for his family also, and for their families also. That's when the business sense, the acumen of constructively doing doing business in an organized manner comes in. So that's upon a time when a person needs to be very clear as to how he's going to derive that business, how's he going to deliver, how's he going to be ethical about his the way he conducts himself and his business, the way he conducts his team, takes care of them, makes everything more systematic and organized. So getting into photography is great. It's lovely. It's as a passion, it's fantastic. But the moment you get into it as a business, you have to take care of a lot of things. And that's where I would suggest to each and every budding photographer that if you're looking at making it a livelihood, be very clear about how you're going to derive it into a business and how you're going to keep it afloat with your responsibilities as a photographer and as an entrepreneur in terms of setting up your business and setting up people that you're involving in your business, whether it is associates, whether it, as Jayant said, to collaborate with other people. You have to ensure that you're responsible and you keep everyone afloat at the same point of time. I've heard a lot of negative stories from people where even amalgamations or even when people use other vendors, they do not pay them in time, or they do not pay them at all. And these are things which are actually a very unhealthy way of conducting business. So whenever anyone takes up a business, a challenge of running his own business, he must make sure that he's ethical towards the business and towards his fellow members that he deals with. So it's great to get into business. It's a great line. We've been in it for a very long time, but do it ethically and do it well, and enjoy the process of it.
Okay, so great learning from you, Vijay sir. And then what Jayan said early on as well, that as wedding photographers, you just need not bring you down to a certain level or reducing your fees because just the COVID has affected it, but you people are still working the same amount. Probably you are working with more caution and more precaution, as well as giving more effort uh, to the wedding. So over to you, Jan. So what would be your tip as a business owner as well as a photographer?
I think as a photographer, I feel is appreciate every photographer. There are millions of photographers. For example, in particularly in the wedding industry, there are also segregation of photographers that I realized. But what I realized that all Indian photographers, like all, they are exhausted. I don't know, it's about money or it's about the turnover they want to create or it's about whatever. I feel that every Indian wedding photographer is pretty exhausted. And I don't know where their art goes into vain, right? Their art is dying somewhere. I personally feel this, that when you used to work, I used to see a photographer not even able to stand because they were back-to-back projects. And what would he do? How would he put his mind and soul to that particular couple? And in India, there is no replacement. So if your photographer is specialized into this, you will push him to do more. So what I feel photographer is to rejuvenate. What I feel rejuvenation, because of this coronavirus, I have realized that we have to rejuvenate. We have to tell them to rejuvenate. And we as business owners also should tell them to relax and rejuvenate, which was missing in the Indian wedding fraternity.
Yeah.
Rejuvenation for an artist, for a photographer. And therefore, he put his mind into different things. Like for example, Parikshit has still feels there is something missing that he had shot. Because he has been shooting non-stop. So if we get breaks for our photographers in between and don't overstress, or I tell them not to overstress themselves, not to overbook themselves, they will have a very beautiful life. They will have a very energetic life. Financially, they will be sound. There will be just a difference of maybe 20 to 30% in their turnover, but they will feel alive. And feeling alive is the only motto of an artist or a photographer.
So the key takeaway from this session till now is that
can I add something?
Rejuvenate as an artist, you have to feel Sandeep.
Yeah. So I was a budding photographer like 8 years back. So I know this very much closely because a lot of budding photographers look at the ones who are successful and think that, if I get a camera of my own, I will also be successful like very soon. I can earn a lot of money. But I only understood that as years went by. It's a process. It's not something you will have on the day that you pick your camera, or in 1 year or in 2 years. Success won't come like that. And also it's the bar that you set to yourself, saying this is success to me. So it's a process for every photographer. It's the experience. It's how much you learn every day. So what time and how much time you give to your what you love, to your craft. So my suggestion to all of the budding photographers is that give time, learn a lot, and don't rush saying mujhe karna hai in 2 years I have to become successful. It won't happen like that.
True, Sandeep. So that's what I feel, that a lot of photographers are just going gala. Like they feel that they own the world, they own a camera, and then this is it. This is something that they can conquer on. But what I realize, that I have exhausted myself a lot, where I forgot about myself. And now
Me
when
too.
I go, it has given me fruits. No, but if I would have done it in a more organized
Way, yeah.
way, I would have been like to. So now, as a business owner, I would tell a lot of business. I would give a tip to business owners that were already doing successful business, or they've just started, or they're into their turnaround point. I would tell all the business owners to definitely think about giving space to their own team members, because what owners feel, they are pretty getting rich, right? So you know how it works. But there are people who are not even freelance. There are people who are not even able to buy a camera for themselves, but they are still very good people. They are still very good photographers. So in business, I think to revive them, to rejuvenate them is really important. So it goes both hand in hand. If you don't appreciate art, nobody will buy that art.
No.
And if you don't appreciate your relation with your team, if you behave like an owner with them all the time, they will, when they will go out, they will not feel all right with you. So business owners, and most of business owners who are successful and who have the brand name, have to travel, because the client will not accept you without you in the wedding. And technically, when I see around in the wedding, it is not me, the most hardworking person, it is my team. I may skip a morning ritual, like a small morning ritual of 10-15 people, but they will have to be there. They have to be getting ready and then come to the venue.
Yeah.
Giving, taking. I feel there are n number of ways to get rich, but to really get rich, you have to get into your team to get them going.
Yeah. So great learnings from this session that I take is that one is to be organized and then rejuvenate yourself as an artist, because as a photographer you are first an artist, then a wedding photographer, then a business owner. Yes, in India, wedding photo, or probably across the world, wedding photography is one of the best lucrative business out there as a business proposition as well. But first, let's listen to ourselves as an artist, because in the end, it is people are looking out to us, not specifically that okay, we give you them 300 photographs or odd photographs or 600 odd photographs. We give them moments to enjoy. We give them art to enjoy, and an art which actually contains them. It is not an art. Somebody's buying Picasso.
Hitesh,
Hmm.
but one very important thing that I feel, like for a business owner, right, buys a camera worth rupees 3 lakh rupees, right? He will always ask the photographer that he is keeping that safe or not,
Hmm.
or is the camera all right? And if you see, so I personally saw my guy, just mishandling the camera, and from the second, third floor, they went food stall, and he was doing a shot from, and he came to me as worried, as panicked, and disturbed. That what will I say to him? I said nothing happened. That's okay. It's art. You mishandled the lens, right? The lens went off. So that's all. That's been with us all the time. So if, for example, you see cameras, the new range from Panasonic, right? The S1H, the S1, the S1R, the pretty good lineup. Now, how many people have respected that design?
Yeah.
So same as wedding photographers, or as wedding business owners, the way we love our money being spent on cameras, it is the same amount of love we should show to the people who use those cameras.
Great, Jen. So with this, I open the session for questions from the audience. Please, if you have any questions, one question which came from Sumon Sen was that what is your favorite go-to lens when it comes to wedding? So I will start. Also, he says that how to store data. So probably the data question, I think so. We will start with PK sir, who said that he's reviewing 100 odd films content. So he is right now already declared that an epitome of data is lying somewhere.
It's like we walk into a vault, to a locker room, and you've got these, different hard disks placed all over. It's literally like that because there's so much data we've collected over time, and when you sit down and you look, so I think collection of data is very, very crucial. Storage of data is even more crucial because it's easy. It's difficult to shoot so much data, and then to store so much data. It requires again experienced hands in terms of storing them and good equipment. So we always keep a mirror image of our data and then store them. And every month, maximum every second month, we always connect all of them to check if there's any issues, any problems, and if we find any problem, we immediately make sure we back it up again. So yeah, we've got a whole lot of data, and it's fantastic to store that way and then to look at it whenever you want to. I mean, that's the way we store our data. I don't know how Sandeep and Jayant. What about you guys? How do you store your data?
So we make sure that there are 3 backups of every client. And as soon as the wedding is over,
3 backups with you, or you give one to the client?
3 backups with me. 3 backups with me.
And the client?
And 2 backups with them.
Wow.
I'll make sure that they have one. The husband has 1 backup and the wife has 1.
Oh,
and also, I make sure I upload all the JPEGs to the Google Drive.
Okay.
So
wow.
I am safe in almost all the angles.
All the angles, absolutely.
Yeah.
You would say one with the husband, one with the wife, one with the marriage counselor.
So even if something happens later on, both have their own separate set of data that they can look at.
Yeah.
No, but usually out of both of them, only one wants the data.
Yeah, most absolutely. And generally, it's always the woman.
Yeah.
So we also do it like 3 times. So one best thing that I do after doing the data, we do it 2 times at the venue.
Right.
So I send a guy. Yeah, I send a guy there, and then 2 times at the venue. And when we come back, we convert the data so that it doesn't pile up to a bigger data. So we convert and then we save it to the third.
And to your clients, you must be definitely giving 1 set or at least 2 sets of backup.
We give a hard disk with the data, and then we give them 1 month's time to secure the data, and then we inform them, and then we delete it. And whatever necessary for us, like the raw clips or the best 100 shots of that wedding, I keep it to myself.
Absolutely. So for how long do you store that data? Is it about a month or 6 months, or you keep it for posterity with you forever?
I store for now, so.
For 1 or 2 months.
No, so the data, like after the delivery, like to the client, after the deliverables have been sent, 1 month, I wait, tell them to secure in different hard disks or wherever they can, and then delete the data.
And Sandeep, yourself? For how long do you store the data at your end?
See, once we deliver all the albums, we still keep the data for 6 months. Not the raw files, the JPEGs, just the JPEGs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we keep
there
the
will
JPEGs.
be 2 backups with us for 6 months, because we have had experiences where the client
has lost the data
in handling the data. So they lost all the data. They came back to us. But still, till 1 year, one of the backup, like the selected, like maybe 1,000 pictures, the best of best 1,000 pictures will be in the Google Drive.
In the Google Drive,
So
right.
they can access wherever they are.
We also keep like the best 500 shots of the wedding,
Right.
the best drone shots or whatever shot. Like you never know, like you said that you want to make a video out of it 5 years later. I don't know.
Exactly, absolutely. So yeah, that's exactly how we also play it. We keep it for 6 months after delivering everything, and we keep the JPEGs for a very, very long period of time. But the raw files we delete after 6 months. And then we keep it for as long as, like I've got data dated, almost close to 2001, 2002 yet with me. The JPEGs. Yeah, the raw files have been naturally.
What was the other question, Hitesh? What was the other question?
Other question was that your favorite go-to lens in the weddings.
Okay. So I already mentioned it on the chat. I love using block lenses. The only other lens besides the block which I use most of the time is 14-24 or 14-30 now, depending on which camera I'm using. What about you, Jayant?
Mine would be a 35.
35. Wow. Okay.
Same here. 35, 50, 85.
35, 50, 85. Absolutely. All block lenses.
Yeah.
And
1.4.
1.4. Yes, absolutely. Fantastic.
And another set of safer side, I would suggest if a person who I used to do it before, on the safer side, when I used to use two bodies, one with a 24-70 2.8, another one with a 70-200 2.8. So I can shoot for the same lighting. I don't have to change my settings a lot of times. So if I have like a close-up scene and a wide scene, so I can quickly take pictures in two of the cameras. So,
but I think 35 works for everything.
For everything.
Yes,
true.
You want to take a family picture, you want to take a nature, you want to take a ceremony, you want to take you want to make a film.
Everything
very
well.
If you want
works very well.
Is one of my favorites ever. Like I've been thinking of buying a lot of 35s. Different brands, all 35s.
So 35 gives you that very natural feeling, very natural.
Yeah.
So what I feel, every photographer has that zone, right? Like the zone.
Yeah.
So how do you imagine a canvas? It is something like that. So I pretty imagine at 35 all my pictures, all my things and whatever. But yes, we do 135. Yes, we do 85.
105.
But
105,
35 is my family lens, like.
So I think for me it's the 14 mm, which is one of my favorites in terms of using a wide angle, and thereafter that naturally the rest of the block lenses, all of them, So I generally carry two bodies, as Sandeep also mentioned earlier.
Like how do you use?
So 14, I'm not talking about doing an event literally. While I'm shooting an event, yes, I'll always have a 50 or a 35 or 85 or a 105 with me in one of my cameras.
Landscape is 14.
I'm sorry?
I'm saying the landscape is 14, like Leh Ladakh is 14.
Yes, absolutely. When I'm doing nice, wide shots of the couple, yes, I love using a 14 at that point of time. But otherwise, at an event, I'll always have two bodies, with one with a 24-70 also, and the other one with a 50 or a 35 or 85, depending on the location, depending on the setup, and I change it accordingly. Yeah, so block lenses, of course, they're always favorites for all us photographers here.
Yeah.
And yeah. So when you talk about, when people actually do ask, but what is my favorite lens? I think I love whatever lens you put in my camera, I work accordingly. It's brilliant to use these, all these different lenses. It gives a different perspective, and the way you shoot it also changes a little bit. I think, the way you shoot with the lens also changes.
Yes.
Yeah. So to the audience, if you have any more questions. Others, it's been a great session, knowing the way you people are motivating your teams, the way you are. So it's been a beautiful session. I'll say that to understand how you people have been telling, because we get a lot of questions from wedding photographers that the thing is that it's not a doomsday scenario. The things are again improving, and this period is for those who have actually focused upon learning new things. So that's how I'll like to phrase it, that uh, this was a good period to unlearn and relearn new things. So unlearn what you because everybody, we have been working in that same way for the, be it for myself working in a corporate, be it for you people working into the wedding industry, somebody else into cinematography or any kind of photography. So we had the time to unlearn what we were doing wrong and relearn things new, and hope so that as things are opening up, we start seeing a lot of good content coming out of your people, and also the content coming from your old hard drives. So waiting those sessions, and probably you should use Teams or any other application to record the movements of the people when they see that content, see their film, Parikshit, so that those emotions after probably 5 years, 6 years down the line.
Yep.
Yeah, yes. So that's.
I think that's right. That's a good idea. I'm gonna use that to record some content. While we show it to our clients the old data. Why not? I think that's a great idea. But most importantly, I'd like to wish everyone a great day. It's a day for all of us, in fact, and for the entire fraternity of photographers. Wish everyone a great day today, and for a brighter future, for a great future for all of us. Hitesh, especially to the Panasonic team also. Please wish everyone in the office a great day and a great year ahead.
Yep, I think so. Sandeep San and Hardeep San also are in the conversation joined over here. So to all of
lovely, that's lovely.
Them, it's for all of us. It's a great day today, and I'll be very honest that when it comes to that, I've never been that marketing guy. Okay, today's camera day, today's photography day, or something like that. But today, in this situation, having such a moment wherein photographers can come across together and discuss things is a really nice thing, and I'm the most enthusiastic on such a day for in my entire life. This is the first time I'm that enthusiastic for celebrating World Photography Day. Because otherwise it's every day is a photographer's day for me.
Absolutely.
But this within this bounds of COVID, this is the something that I realize is the best thing that we could put forward. Thanks for joining us, and happy photography day to.
Thank you everyone for bringing this up. We should talk more.
Yes, Jayan. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you all for joining in.
And so we will be gearing up for our next session from 2 p.m. onwards, which is on street and travel photography and the nuances. So we have got three again. After Sandeep is going, we have his partner in crime, Vivek Gora, coming in. Vivek is a wedding cinematographer, but apart from that, he is a brilliant street photographer. And he creates brilliant street films. Exceptional work. We are also getting joined by Jassi ji. Jassi ji is again a brilliant photographer who has been mentoring people from a long time. Thirdly, we have got Argya Chatterjee, who is from Calcutta, and I hope these guys are also in the. If you guys are in already joined in the section, please show up. Happy World Photography Day. We'll be taking a break of 15 minutes. Please stay tuned. My colleague Raghu would be joining you for a quick session on Lumix cameras. Thank you, everyone. Again, happy World Photography Day.
Thank you, Hitesh. Thank you, Hitesh. Thank you, Jay. Jayant and Sandeep, thank you so much, and
thank you all.
Best of luck. Thank you.
Right.
Hey, hi everyone.
Good afternoon, Raghu. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good, Pratyushan. How are you?
Great, great. Wishing you a very happy World Photography Day.
Thank you, thank you. Wish you the same.
Thank you. So, Raghu, before you start
Yep.
with your presentation, I'll
Yes.
quickly share something here.
Yep.
So, welcome everybody to the Lumix panel discussion on the occasion of World Photography Day. I am Pratyush from Panasonic and I'm from Bombay. And Lumix India is also hosting a photography competition very soon. And we'd like all of you to share your email IDs and contact details. Not here on the chat box, of course, but Raghu and my email IDs and phone numbers are already shared in the chat box. So you can take those details from there and you can share the details with us.
Yep. Thanks for the information, Pratyushan. So, can you able to see my presentation on the board?
Yes, yes, we can see your presentation.
The upcoming the slide which you're seeing in the my laptop
right.
screen, like it
Right.
is unexpected street and travel photography, none other than by R.K. Chatterjee and Vivek Gowda, and the person who does not need an introduction, Mr. Jesse O'Brien. So those people will be joining in. Before that, I would like to give you a small brief introduction about our lineup, product lineup. So as you can see, Panasonic and Leica and Sigma. So these are the collaboration which we have in our product lineup as a Lumix. G series. In Lumix, we have a two kind of series actually. One is the Lumix S series and Lumix G series. What does it stand for, Lumix G series? Lumix G series is basically stand for micro four thirds mirrorless camera lineup. So that is what I'm going to showcase now. So as you can see on the screen, so I have highlighted few points when it comes to the Lumix G series. So Panasonic, we have been developing from last 10 years. I mean, we are into the mirrorless technology, Panasonic. So that is the reason we can able to put, you can able to see all these specs. So which is unlimited video recording and 4K 30p and 60p and 24p and cinema mode, and also 4 to 10 bit video. See, basically, we used to struggle a lot for recording 4 to 10 bit image, because we used to buy recorders. Through recorders only we used to record, because by connecting cables and all, it was very big headache. But in mirrorless camera in Panasonic G series, start from G85 and G85s and S1 and S1H. So we can able to record 4 to 10 bit image internally. So that's a major advantage I can say. And also profiles, we have got inbuilt vlog profiles, and as well as when it comes to the stability, we have got image stabilization, and also we have got inbuilt slider motion, like 4K light crop, 6K photo mode, 4K photo mode, force focus and focus stacking. So all those features will be available in the G series. And third-party accessory supports and wide lineup for lenses. Yes, G series we have got wide lineup lenses. Start from the 1260, 1235, 818, and 15mm 1.7 for people who love travel photography and street photography. They can able to take this 15mm 1. This is an amazing lens, I can say. And also we have got block lenses 85mm 1.2, 85mm 1.7, and when it comes to the telephoto wide light, and we also have a 100-400 in telephoto lens. So these are the product lineup. As you can see, a G7, G85, G95, and G85 and G85 and G9. So G7 and G85, there is no much difference between these two models. So I can say G85 will have unlimited recording and also image in-body stabilization. Otherwise, G7, G85, the specs are similar. When it comes to the G95, G95 is a very latest model which gives you more sensitivity when it comes to the low light, and as well as 4K You can do 4K 30p, and you can do full HD 120 fps super slow motion. And when it comes to the low light, this camera is very more sensitivity when it comes to the low light category and all. And also G85. So G85 is the camera where I can able to make my actual movies or travel documentaries. Because why this camera has ability to capture 4 to 10 bit internal and 4K 60p and full HD 180 fps and ISO 50200. And moving from GH5, you can see GH5s. What is the major advantages in GH5s? So GH5s, we have kept a technology called dual native ISO and also 4K 60p, TCI 4K 60p. When it comes to the low light, this camera will perform like anything. And G9, so now it is available in the Indian market. G9 is a product where you can able to take travel photography and like fashion photography, and as well as you can do videos as well as, because in G9 also we can able to do 4 to 10 bit image, and it has a 20.2 megapixel. And when it comes to the number of frames per second, so G9 has 20 frames per second, and also G9 can do high resolution mode as well as for the new firmware update. So we can able to do high resolution mode as well as. Yeah, moving from the G series, and we also have a Lumix S series. Lumix S series, what does it stand for? Lumix S series, it's a full frame mirrorless camera lineup. As I said earlier, we had only MFT cameras. Now we are into the full frame cameras in adopting the L mode. So these are the product lineup. You can see Lumix S1 and Lumix S1R, and now we have also have Lumix S1H. And Lumix S series in L mount. A mount is from L mount, and you can see in the display, and I have displayed all the lenses which we have at presently from the L mount: 50mm 1.4, 2470 f2.8, and 1635 wide angle f4 and 2405. That's a kit lens. Basically, kit lens will, because see the advantage of having this 24 f4. So you have a inbuilt macro in it, 0.3 centimeter. You can able to capture it. So that's a major advantage I can say for macro lovers. And also 2060, there is a latest lens, and 70 when it comes to the telephoto lenses, we have got 7200 f4 and as well as 7200 f2.8, and also we have got some teleconverters over here, so TC4 and TC 2.0x. This is the product lineup: S1 and S1R and S1H. When it comes to the S1 is ultimate camera, I can say. It does perform photography and as well as videography. If I wanted to capture photography in a professional way, I can able to use it. If I wanted to capture videography in a professional way, I can able to use this S1. Why? Because S1 is having a capable of recording 24.1 megapixel with ISO expandable, and also this camera can do 4 to 10 bit image and vlog and 4K 60p and unlimited recording and 5x scene body stability. Yes, when it comes to the HDMI, we have a big to big HDMI output, and this is also weather shield camera. And S1R, people who love to have a more megapixel. Let's say if I wanted to capture 47 megapixels, so I can able to go for S1R. And S1H, basically S1H is a production camera which is officially approved from Netflix. Just imagine, see if I wanted to make a content for my web series on like OTT platform, so I can able to use this camera S1H. I can able to use S1H as a primary camera, not as a secondary camera. So why I can able to use S1H as a primary camera? This camera can record DCI 4K 60p, 4 to 10 bit, and also we have a mode Super 35mm, and also shutter angle also is available. And ISO range is like again dual native ISO, expandable 2,04,800, and full HD I can go up to 180 fps. And these are the major advantages having a S1H. And yes, latest firmware, we can able to do 5.9K 25p and 29p ProRes raw recording in 12 bit in S1H through HDMI for your Ninja V. And this is the lenses lineup again. So lenses, when it comes to the lenses, and also I showed you before a slide, that is a native lenses from the Leica and Panasonic, and these are Sigma lenses. You can see variety of lenses start from the 14-24, and also I have a 24-17 Sigma, and 35mm 1.2 is there, and also we have a 50mm 1.4 and 70mm macro also f2.8. So these are, you don't have to use any converter for this, so directly you can able to use it in the S series, S1 and S1R and S1H. And again, like if you have got any SL mount lenses, those lenses can be used in our S series camera. And yes, sir, if I have any Sigma EF glasses, those lenses can be used in S series, because people might think like I have invested on EF lenses Sigma, like 70 to 100, what I will do with those glasses, existing glasses. So you don't have to worry about it. And we have got a compatibility adapter from the Sigma, that is authentic adapter MC21. So by using this adapter, so I can able to use all my existing EF lenses to my S1 and S1R and S1H. That's the advantage. And also people who from film industry, if they wanted to use any PL mount lenses for S series, so we have authentic compatibility mount from the Sigma MC31. So by using this mount, I can able to use all PL lenses directly by PL mount lenses. I can able to use in S series, S1 and S1R and S1H. So that is a S series and G series. Moving from the S series, and also I want to show you one interesting product which is selling like anything. And these are the two models which we have launched recently: AG CX8 and AG CX7. For present situation, I would say this camera is outstanding. Why this camera is more important for present situation? So I'll cover it in the next presentation, next slide. So before that, I just wanted to just give you a brief explanation about our product and the CX7 and CX8. CX7 and CX8 comes with a BSI sensor. Why we have kept BSI sensor? Because BSI sensor always, when it comes to the low light, so these sensors will perform anything, because it does gives you a more sensitivity when it comes to the low light. And also these cameras can record 4 to 10 bit image. That's a major advantage in camcorder, such a farm size camera. So we were able to record 4 to 10 bit image. And not only that, 4K 60p and slow motion video at 120 fps. Just imagine slow motion video at 120 fps in camcorder. And also 24x optical zoom. 24x optical zoom is very, very useful when it comes to the when filming a documentaries or when filming a wildlife, or even the weddings also. So we cannot run and gun. So if I wanted to take a shot from here, I cannot run over there. I can able to zoom it from here to the subject. So that having a 24x optical zoom is very, very useful. And also 25 mm wide angle. I have to talk about it. 25 mm wide angle is very, very useful while shooting in a small room, or in a wedding halls, in a very congested place. So I cannot keep my camera behind. So by having a 25 mm wide angle, I can keep my camera very close to the subject or object. I can able to shoot it. So still I'll get more wider. And the difference between CX8 and CX7 is a SDI out. So when it comes to the output, CX8 we have got SDI output and AV output and the HDMI output, and also you can able to connect to XLR input. When it comes to the CX7, so will not be having the SDI out. Apart from SDI out, all the outputs are available. Like HDMI output is there and AV output is there. The major advantage of this camera, as I said, this is the industry's smallest and lightest 4K 60p camera. Just a 4K 60p size camera. And the major advantage of CX series, you can see this camera has built-in Wi-Fi. So what will happen if I have built-in Wi-Fi? See, if I wanted to stream to my direct to my social media like Facebook or YouTube, usually what used to happen, I used to buy a capture card and I have to connect to the laptop, then I have to start streaming, because without cable I cannot connect. By having a built-in Wi-Fi, I can able to directly stream into my Facebook and YouTube. So let's say if you wanted to stream in wedding events, that can be done, and theater that can be done, and product launch and expo and education sector, because for the, as I said in the beginning, for the present situation in the education and classes live, you don't have to connect any capture card, any HDMI cable. You have a built-in Wi-Fi through RTMP. You can able to get your this thing key and just put it in the camera, then start streaming. So only the thing is you have to connect your camera to your Wi-Fi router or any Wi-Fi devices, and travel and vlogging and house of worship, even churches. Churches also you can able to do without by connecting any wire and live streaming. So the product introduction from my end. So now I'm going to yeah, that's it from my end. Now I'm going to I just wanted to hand over this platform to Mr. Jesse sir. Hello, Jesse sir.
Hi.
How are you, sir?
Yeah, I was muted. I'm good.
Yeah. So, hello, Orgai sir. Welcome to the session. Yeah. Hello, Vivek sir.
Hello. How are you? Happy World Photography Day.
Yeah, good, sir.
Happy World Photography Day, sabko, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Wish you the same. I think Hitesh sir is joining in a few minutes. Good to see you all, sir. Good to see you.
Same here.
I think Hitesh sir is an. I think he will be joining in a few minutes. I think he's came.
Raghu sir, very good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pratyush sir.
Good afternoon, Jesse sir. Good afternoon, Aragi sir. Good afternoon, Vivek sir. How are you?
Afternoon. I'm good. How are you?
Great.
Sorry, yeah, good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, and wishing all of you very happy World Photography Day. And so welcome on this Lumix India platform for the panel discussion. And every time we are doing this Lumix webinar, so I'm still in the habit of saying welcome to the Lumix webinar. So I'll apologize for that. And so before starting the session, so I can see Hitesh sir is also joining us in a couple of minutes. And I'll just quickly like to say something to my people who have joined us. Just give me a moment. Okay, so guys, we'll also organize a Lumix photography competition very soon, requesting you all to share your contact details with us on the email ID and the phone number mentioned in the chat box. आप लोग ईमेल आईडी और फ़ोन नंबर पे अपना डिटेल शेयर कर सकते हैं. बहुत जल्द लूमिक्स इंडिया एक फोटोग्राफी कंपटीशन भी होस्ट करने वाला है एंड यू कैन डेफिनेटली शेयर योर डिटेल्स. एंड आज का जो सेशन है वो हम लोग we are talking about street and travel photography. We have Mr. Aragi with us, Vivek sir and Jesse sir. So I'll not take much time and I'll like to hand over the mic to Hitesh sir. Hitesh sir, I hope he's connected now.
No, Hitesh sir is yet to connect actually, so he will be connecting in a while.
Okay. All right. So yes, meanwhile, friends, you can also share your queries in the chat box. आप लोग अपने सवाल chat box में भी लिख सकते हैं, unmute करके सवाल पूछ भी सकते हैं. So sir, today we have Aragya sir from the eastern part of the country, Vivek sir from the southern part, and Jesse sir from the northern part, and I'm from the western part. So the entire country is connected on our platform.
Nice. That's nice.
Thank you. The chat option is disabled.
So if the chat option is disabled, that is probably because you're using the browser, not the Teams application. Still, if you want to ask, you can definitely unmute your microphone and you can ask your question. आप unmute करके भी पूछ सकते हैं.
सर, अगर किसी को ट्रैवल फोटोग्राफी करना है तो वो क्या प्लेटफॉर्म से कर सकते हैं?
You're asking me? Okay, the questions have started or
no.
Start हो गया कोई
नहीं सर, we are still questions are not started actually. सेशन हम लोग स्टार्ट करना है सर. जो भी आपने जो क्वेश्चन पूछा है सर, लेट्स स्टार्ट अस द सेशन. सो फिर बाद में हम लोग का 1-on-1 सो क्वेश्चन भी हम लोग का क्वेश्चन आंसर का भी हम लोग विल गिव यू द स्पेस. So we are waiting for the Hitesh. I think Hitesh will be joining in a few minutes. Okay, let me call him.
So Jesse sir, how is Delhi right now? I heard a lot of rains are there in Delhi.
Yeah, today since morning it's been raining continuously. I think since sometime midnight it started raining. It's been raining now, continuously raining.
Okay.
Yeah.
And sir, Aragi sir, what about Calcutta? If I'm not wrong, Aragi sir, you're from Calcutta right now.
yes, I am from Calcutta and say Calcutta weather भी same है. सुबह से बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश भी हो रहा है. अभी भी चल रहा है बारिश.
ओके, तो सर भारत में बम्बई और कलकत्ता दोनों जाने जाते हैं बारिश के लिए. दिल्ली में लेकिन ज्यादा बारिश हो रही है इस समय.
हाँ, क्योंकि कलकत्ता में बारिश थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा ही होता है, मगर उतना ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम अभी नहीं है.
Right. So, sir, I can see a lot of people joining us, and right now we have roughly 60 people connected. लगभग 60 लोग connected हैं. And Raghu, can you just call Hitesh sir once, because I saw he was connected. I think some technical issues there.
Hitesh sir is
No problem. I'm back now. I'm back now.
Okay, Hitesh is back.
Just after 2 back-to-back sessions, I just took a 10 minutes break for whatever calls needed to be answered. And hi everyone, for those who have joined us new, happy World Photography Day and happy World Photographers Day. This is I said this in the last session as well. This is the I believe this is the most excited that I've been in on this day till now in my life, because though I've been doing photography for approximately 2 decades now, but when I started doing photography, I didn't knew that there is something called a Photographer's Day. So when I came into the corporate world and this social media grew, so we started listening to this Photography Day more and more often. But I hardly realized the fact that till this situation of COVID happened, that being together as a team is very important, and celebrating these moments are very important for all of us. Yeah, so this is where, like, though I'll say there I durustai, but I'm celebrating this with all the photographers today, and let me welcome the panelists for today. आगे the mentor to a lot of photographers in India. He's himself a travel photographer, a travel. He has a channel called Exploring Light, and they organize travel across the globe for photography specifically. So this and Argyo is from Calcutta. কেমন আছেন দাদা?
খুব ভালো আছি.
খুব ভালো আছেন?
ফ্যান্টাস্টিক.
Bengal is like a second home, so a lot of loved ones over there with whom I spent my 3 years over there. So happy World Photography Day to everyone, and happy World Photography Day to all the people down there in Kolkata. Everyone is a big photography enthusiast in this city.
कलकत्ता में बहुत सारे ज़्यादा फोटोग्राफर्स भी हैं, और फोटोग्राफी में इंटरेस्टिंग पर्सन सबसे ज़्यादा शायद कलकत्ता में ही होता है.
Yes.
So lots of people are joining in photography, and mainly hobbyist. तो बहुत सारे आदमी कलकत्ता में फोटोग्राफी करते हैं. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ट्रैवल फोटोग्राफी एक सबसे बड़ा पैशन है कलकत्ता का. तो एंड बंगाली पीपल लव टू ट्रैवल एवरीवेयर, एंड दे एक पूजा के टाइम सब लोग घर में है या बाहर में है, आइदर इन कलकत्ता और आउटसाइड वेस्ट बंगाल. तो इसलिए ट्रैवल फोटोग्राफी कलकत्ता में सबसे ज्यादा पॉपुलर है.
कल्चर, यस.
हाँ, दैट इज अ वेरी गुड कल्चर एंड ट्रैवलिंग आल्सो.
Yeah, so uh, so from this only we will start our session today, and I welcome you all to this panel discussion on World Photography Day. Previous two panels also we had a very interesting conversation, and I won't say that exactly the word unfortunately, but yes, it revolved around the current situation and the learnings of from the current situation, how we are perceiving the future, uh, and a lot around that. So how so my first thing would be how you people have been keeping up within these 5 months, because you people are travelers, to the core of heart. You people travel for photography. When we gave camera to Argo also for the first time to try, he went to Northeast, I think Shillong or somewhere like that. So
mainly Cherrapunji.
Tirappunji, yes.
Monsoon in Cherrapunji, that is the famous for photography and various बहुत सारे people India से आ रहा है, बहुत सारे part से आता है mainly monsoon के लिए, and monsoon in Meghalaya that is a very good photographic subject, and last year मैं S1 लेके ये monsoon में मेघालय गया था, और गजब का रिजल्ट बहुत अच्छा था, क्योंकि बहुत S1 का डायनामिक रेंज सब बहुत ज़्यादा है, और मैं आराम से बारिश के अंदर पिक्चर क्लिक कर सकता, ये सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ था.
redefine my photography. I will have to change the style, the way I look at street or the way I look at travel, and maybe I might be restricting myself to going to a monument in a particular city and trying to shoot that monument empty. And so at a point of time, I was cribbing that the monument is flooded with people. Now I will have the liberty to shoot that monument without people. So I think we will have to adopt to a situation when we are dealing with less number of people or no people, and still trying to create the image. One thing just crossed my mind is, which is very interesting, is that how about even documenting? Right now, things are open. At least in your city, those markets, depending upon where you live, if it has a historical significance, then those monuments like Delhi has historical significance. Lal Killa is there, and Chandni Chowk is there, and Qutub Minar is there, and Humayun's tomb is there. Now, most of us would have shot images at these places with loads of people in frame. Now we can document same places with less people. And so pre-COVID and during COVID days, how do these places look? And I am privy to one information when there's the Incredible India, the Government of India Tourism Board has done one project recently while the lockdown was on, because I was also approached for that, wherein they took a team to different places in India where Ganges and Yamuna, Ganga and Yamuna flow, and they have done some photography. They have documented how does it look now, and I think that project will come out very soon. So they have images of pre-COVID when it was dirty, and they have during lockdown how the water has cleaned up and how the ghats have become cleaner. So I think taking the cue from there, street and travel photographers can pick up contrasting images, projects where they have images from earlier and now how does that place look now. And if you have not done it in past, then do it now. And when things open up, do it again. And then again a contrasting thing.
Jesse sir, just to add up one more thing, what I'm doing as a documentation. See, for example, maybe I'm a travel photographer. I couldn't travel for 3-4 months. Okay, but I am good in documenting. For example, what I did was, when I went to the first wedding, I had no plans. But when I went, then I decided I need to document something. What I can document. The first thing came to my mind was, people are, so much careless and not aware of all these things. So I started documenting the people, like the stage or the people or whatever, with the mask and without mask. And in this 15 to 16 weddings, what I've documented: date, number of cases in the district, number of cases in in Karnataka, in my state, and in a country and in the world, the day, which day, okay, and the photos, like how people are aware of this COVID, or are they scared or something like that. So I think in a 15 wedding, there is a huge change. So maybe after 30, 40, or maybe after 2 years, I might get some great documentation. That is what I'm doing from my side, like as you said. So we can just keep documenting things in a different way. What I tell you.
Okay.
I think that's the need of the hour right now.
One thing I can add it is, today morning, आज सुबह मेरा एक जजमेंट था, और जजमेंट था मीन्स फोटोग्राफी के कंपटीशन चल रहा है कलकत्ता में, तो एक कॉलेज कंपटीशन, उसमें मेरा जजमेंट था. तो उसका टॉपिक्स था फोटोग्राफी इन क्वारंटाइन स्टेज. तो नया लोग था, सब लोग नया नया पिक्चर डाला है. मैं देख रहा था लोग का विजुअलाइजेशन थोड़ा सा चेंज हो गया लास्ट 5 मंथ्स में. जो लोग सोच रहे थे ना फोटोग्राफी के बारे में, उसका विजुअलाइजेशन भी अभी चेंज हो रहा है. जैसे कलकत्ता में एक जगह है एस्प्लैनेड, दैट इज अ वेरी पॉपुलर स्पेस एंड बिजीएस्ट प्लेस. तो आज एक फोटो देखा जिसमें एस्प्लैनेड जो एकदम मोड़ है, उसका जो मेन पॉइंट है, उसमें बहुत सारे लोग खड़े हैं मगर सबके मुंह में मास्क है. आफ्टर मान लीजिए, आफ्टर 3 months ये पिक्चर कभी नहीं मिलेगा। शायद ऐसा दिन आएगा जिस दिन ये पिक्चर कभी नहीं मिलेगा। जो मान लीजिए 50% खड़े हैं और सबके मुंह में मास्क है, तो दिट इज अ वेरी गुड टाइम फॉर डॉक्यूमेंटेशन फोटोग्राफर्स के लिए, क्योंकि ये शायद ये 1 महीने बाद ये दिन फिर से वापस ना आए और हमारे पास जो तस्वीर रह जाएगा वो 100 साल तक ऐसा ही रह जाएगा। दैट इज अ चेंजिंग सिचुएशन, जो सिचुएशन पिछले 5 मंथ्स पिछले बैक में नहीं था और शायद आफ्टर 5 मंथ फिर से नहीं आएगा। तो ये जो सिचुएशन में जो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन फोटोग्राफी मेरे लिए सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। जो जैसे जी बता रहे थे, ऐसे बहुत सारा जगह है जैसे विक्टोरिया, सभी टाइम बहुत ज्यादा क्राउडेड है, मगर ऐसे अभी कोई जाके कोई एक पिक्चर खींचने से जो चीज सबसे ज्यादा आएगा, एक वेरी पॉपुलर प्लेस विदाउट पीपल। कैसा लग रहा है देखने में?
नाइस नाइस।
तो हाँ, तो ये एक्सपीरियंस आज सुबह मेरे को लग रहा था, जब लोग घर में बैठ के भी बहुत सारा नया थिंकिंग भी आ गया, मास्क लेके बहुत सारा अच्छे फोटोग्राफी में देख सकता था। एक फोटोग्राफ था, एक बच्चा बैठ रहा है, एकदम छोटा सा बच्चा, उसके हाथ में मोबाइल है और मोबाइल में उसका शायद उसका मदर डॉक्टर है और मदर के साथ वीडियो कॉल कर रहा है और आसपास उसका ज्यादा से ज्यादा उसका जो टॉयज है वो आसपास है। तो अभी डेज कितना चेंज हो गया, छोटा सा बच्चा उसको माँ को कितना ज्यादा मिस कर रहा है। तो ये फोटोग्राफी का जो विजुअलाइजेशन का स्टाइल है वो भी अभी चेंज हो रहा है। तो हाँ, तो इस दिन में थोड़ा प्लस पॉइंट भी है, कुछ फोटोग्राफी में कुछ ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंस भी है, प्लस पॉइंट भी है, जो शायद 5 मंथ बाद में नहीं मिलेगा।
So I think so, as an environmentalist, I'll say that somebody who's concerned about the environment, that documenting this time and showing people that this is the heritage that we have got from the Mother Nature is very important, and to understanding that we cater to that heritage even after this thing is cured. You know, like when the actual lockdown happened. At night, I used to listen to the birds chirping. There were birds which were coming to my balcony. It happened for 15 days and it's over now. It's again back to the same normal. And it was so beautiful. We could see the stars for the first time in Delhi, NCR. I believe. We have not seen stars. And to those people who have not traveled to the extents to actually see the stars, Jassi bhai ne dekhe hain, Vivek ne dekhe hain, we have seen the Milky Way. It's awesome. So I have experienced that thrice of 3 times in my life as well. It's that as a photographer, the first time I didn't even actually took out the camera and shot it. I thought like I'll do it tomorrow. That tomorrow didn't happen because it was rainy. But I was awestruck. I was just visualizing for the first time when I saw, because we had never seen so many stars across in our life, and that had changed my perspective. Right. So somebody.
And what I saw in the photographer's perspective was many wedding photographers started doing like portraits inside their house. At least they started thinking, okay, so I'm not only fit into street, I can do travel also. So that is what the topic was like, So if it is a street travel photographer, we cross the same path, because if I'm a street photographer, hardcore street photographer, I have to travel, right? I have to travel to some place and I have to see things. It's not like only I go in street or something like that. So I just wanted to show few things. If I can share the screen. Is it visible now?
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So this is an image, in Delhi. Okay. Yes, Yamuna Ghat. Okay. So I'm just thinking, so this is the outside. This is like, okay, looks like a typical travel shot with the sunrise or whatever it is. But if someone is on the boat, if I see in the boat my perspective as a street, this is also possible. right?
Right.
Okay, same place, same timing, but different perspective. Like, see, even in the street photography and travel, like it is all together. It is like photography that we have divided, right? Hmm? So photography is the same. So it is like, okay, so I restrict to only street. It is not like getting restricted to the specific things. You can do lot more things. Yeah. So this is the same place what I have taken.
Right,
And when,
right.
yeah, and when it comes to Varanasi, see, this might be a typical street photo, and this is a travel photo. What art I can tell, like, you know. So there is a difference. There is how you see it, like the behind the street, like you see this. I'm not restricted to a single thing. Maybe the perspective, two perspective, the photographer, a lot of perspective, one photographer can have. Maybe I concentrate on these two. What I suggest.
Okay.
Right, right.
Hello.
Hello.
So I think so. So Mukesh Gandhiji is saying that beautiful pics. Mukesh is also a Lumix user from Gujarat. There is a question from Rahul that how can I improve my travel photography? So okay, current scenario we discussed, but then eventually it is going to be after every night there is a day. So we are hoping for the day soon. Tips from you to Rahul that how to improve travel photography and what would be your perspective into it?
Okay, so see, try and understand, Rahul. Travel photography is all about travel, and most people confuse that they want to be travel photographers and they do not travel because it is expensive. Let's be honest about it. Traveling to different places just for photography is not an easy task because it requires lots of money, patience, time. If you're working somewhere, then you take a leave and go there. So that is the first step, first hurdle one has to cross to become a better travel photographer. The second thing is, since the way I mentioned just a while earlier, that travel photography is very, very vast. So you have to figure out within that larger genre of travel photography, what is that small things that you want to capture. It could be, so for example, my first love while I'm traveling is, so my choice of place also is either landscape or people and culture. So festivals. So these are the two prime things that I am looking at. Apart from that, the third option that I will always look out for is monuments or historical significance, places of historical significance. Once you have this thing ready, then you will start focusing on what you want to shoot. And so, in terms of improving, you first have to understand that your understanding about photography should be robust. You should be good. You should be able to shoot in any lighting conditions. You should be able to understand exposure, and you should be able to shoot it without experimenting, because most of the times moments will not come again. Once this is taken care of, then the learning further is limited to your choice whether you want to stay a hobbyist or you want to become a professional in terms of travel photography. You want to make money out of it. Being a hobbyist is still easy because you can continue doing whatever you are doing and you can continue improving with composition, new compositions, experimenting and all. But when you want to monetize it, when you want to make money out of it, then you have to figure out that what is your target audience in terms of making money. Is it just magazines, travel magazines? Is it travel boards? Or so you have to build portfolio around that. Portfolio building is again a tedious process because it is unlike fashion photography where you can hire a model get into a studio, create a concept, create different images, tomorrow hire a new model, different face, different look. It is not like that, because let's say I am in Bombay, or let's say I am in Delhi, okay now, and I have to create a travel portfolio within India, and I have to now pitch my travel portfolio to even Government of India or Travel Board of India, or the people who handle Incredible India campaign. Then I will have to figure out how can my images be different from what already has been shot. So that research has to go, and probably I'll create images which have not been shot so far, and then going to one place time and again, different times of the day, early morning, twilight time, before the sunrise. How does Qutub Minar look? Then let's say India Gate. How does India Gate look? Now sunrise, first ray of sun on India Gate. How does it look? In mid-afternoon, how does it look? In evening, how does it look? And creating images different times of the day, creating images in different seasons, creating images in different compositions. These all images will form a part of your portfolio. So it's a time-consuming process. So in short, do not be in a hurry. Stay focused. Keep experimenting at the same place using different compositional styles and different lighting situations. If it is raining, don't think that, oh, it's raining, how will I get the image? No. Go out. That will give you a different mood, different perspective altogether, which others have not shot. Midnight, go to midnight. Go at midnight, wherever it is possible to go and shoot, and try and create a different perspective. So travel photography, it might look very easy, but I believe it is one of the most challenging genres of photography, because you have to be multi-skilled. You have to be skilled portrait photographer. You have to be skilled street photographer. You have to be skilled landscape photographer, long exposure landscape photographer. You have to be skilled even nightscapes, cityscapes, and whatnot. So stay patient, stay at it, continue building a portfolio, and that is the only way to improve.
So we were joined by Shoot Guru Kshitij as well. So Kshitij,
welcome.
Happy World Photography Day.
Yeah, happy Photography Day.
Happy World Photography Day to all of you. And great advice, loved listening to you.
So Kshitij, what's your perspective on travel cinematography? How it is going to fare out? Because you have been moreover a travel cinematographer rather than a photographer.
Yeah, I mean, I am a cinematographer rather than a photographer, even though I started as a photographer. And right now, my perspective is I'm missing too much. I am missing traveling. And last whole year, we were traveling for at least 4 months. And now, suddenly, for the last 6 months, we were literally nowhere. But yeah, travel cinematography is something which is coming up and what I feel that with the market changing and the new market evolving, even though the travel agencies and the tourism boards have literally fallen down, so I feel that they will need content, they will need more collaborations, and they will need more association in terms of generating content for the social media so that they can recover. And that is where photographers really come and kind of collaborate with them. And that is what I have been doing for the past 3 months. I have been collaborating with all my older clients, where I've been offering them services at lower costs, or even rehashing content for them, which was shot 2 years ago. I love saving my content. I still have content that was shot 5 years ago. So we have been just rehashing everything for them, because they can't afford sending us on any of the trips right now. But let's see, the market will evolve. And when it does, when it recovers, the huge boom in generating content for social media will be the new age thing. And that is what filmmakers and photographers should really be focusing on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Okay, so for street photography, the question from Rahul again has come that is 35 mm or 50 mm, what lens is better? So whom to give you this question to argue, or what's your point of view?
In street photography, I will always prefer a versatile lens. That means lens with a all standard zoom lens. Standard zoom lens means जिसमें wide भी है and tele भी है, जैसे 24-70 या 24-105, क्योंकि ट्रैवल फोटोग्राफी में या स्ट्रीट फोटोग्राफी में कभी मैं लेंस चेंज नहीं कर सकता हूँ, क्योंकि सामने कोई सिचुएशन आ जाए, उसी सिचुएशन में मैं लेंस चेंज नहीं कर सकता हूँ। तो इसलिए ऐसा कोई लेंस चूज करना है जिसमें वाइड एंगल भी मिल जाए और उसके साथ टेलीफोटो भी मिल जाए। इसलिए मैं प्रेफर करूंगा स्टैंडर्ड जूम लेंस फॉर अ स्ट्रीट फोटोग्राफी एंड आई विल ऑलवेज प्रेफर 24-70 या कोई मार्केट प्लेस है जिसमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कॉन्जेस्टेड प्लेस है, दैट्स टाइम आई यूज नॉर्मली 1635 या 24-70। ये दोनों लेंस मेरे हिसाब से सबसे अच्छा है। और अगर नहीं है तो 1855 या 24-105 ये लेंस जिसमें वाइड भी है एंड टेली भी है, दोनों भी है, ये लेंस यूज करना सबसे सही रहेगा।
And what's your point of view on that, Vivek and Jasiji?
Hello.
I'll show with one example. Can I share my screen?
Exactly.
Sure.
So as I said earlier, so I do both street and travel together, right? So this is somewhat like I clicked it long back, maybe 24-70 I was using, but the same like as the sir said. So maybe this is one perspective with a little bit of wider perspective and the Taj Mahal in the background and with the model. Okay, typical shot it is, and with the same 50 mm, what I got was just wait. Same in front of the Taj, and this is a typical street shot, right? So that, as sir said, it is very important to have the wide and the zoom perspective together, because you may not know when the moment comes. I just want to give other example also in the same place. So this is like this is also 24-70 with the Lumix S1.
Exactly.
Yeah. And the wider perspective, the travel thing. So, but when it comes to street, I might go with some zoom. This is captured in the 70 mm. A bit of cropped. So it depends. Again, it's a wide. It is a 1635 shot.
Okay. It is also 1635 shot.
Yeah. This is also. This is again 50 mm. So it depends. It depends. Like I suggest to go with the 24-70 and one prime lens. So if you're good with the budget, 35 or 50 mm 1.8 is also fine.
So, Jassi bhai, what's your take on it?
See, though my go-to lens, specifically when I'm traveling and lugging my camera around without too much of gear that I want, then go-to lens is 24-105.
Yes.
But to be very honest, and I'll share some images as well, but to be very honest, I'm really fascinated by what Lumix has released recently, 2060. That has been, that the moment I read that the moment
Yes, that's a very beautiful
Yes,
lens.
yes,
that is kind of, I did my own thought process. I was really boggled down by the first sentence when I read the 2060. I said, what kind of focal length choice is this?
Exactly. Exactly.
It is neither here nor there. And then I was thinking and trying to figure out the reasons, and probably the only reason that, and there are few advantages, because as Aragaji was saying, that wide angle plus 24-70. Now he has to change two different focal lengths here. And using this lens, now it's a wide, proper wide at 20 mm, which you will not get in a normal multi-purpose lens.
Yes.
Exactly.
And it is on the zoom end, it is falling short just by 10 mm from 70 mm. So it is phenomenal focal length.
So what we listen to from photographers is that okay, shooting at 35 mm, shooting at 50 mm. These are the questions that came also. That should I shoot on 35 mm? Should I shoot on 50 mm? Or probably when you want to go wider and you're stuck in a situation, then you need to change the lens because 24 is not wide enough.
Yes.
So that is a very wise choice that I say that.
I've gone gaga over that lens. I'm yet to use it, but yes,
even I'm yet to use it.
Beautiful focal length. And
Yeah.
2060 that means the single lens ट्रैवल फोटोग्राफी के लिए सबसे अच्छा रहेगा 20 क्योंकि 20 ऐसा एक फोकल लेंथ है जिसमें एक फैंटास्टिक वाइड एंगल भी मिल जाएगा और 70 ब्यूटीफुल फॉर पोर्ट्रेट आल्सो 60 ब्यूटीफुल फॉर पोर्ट्रेट आल्सो और ये थोड़ा सा टेलीफोटो भी हो गया तो ठीक है ब्यूटीफुल चॉइस
I'll say this is a true multi-genre lens because you know it caters to landscapes. It caters to street photography, portrait photography. It caters even to your when it comes to weddings. Tomorrow, when weddings start, a lot of so like Vivek knows that how difficult it is to mount big lenses on gimbals. It is a smaller lens, smaller package. Just put it onto gimbal, no problem. So you have got, and on gimbal you are getting a wide angle as well. You are getting a tele as well. You put a focus ring. Focus control ring onto your zoom thing, and you can actually zoom and zoom out. So that's where the beauty of the equipment lies when you. So there's been a lot of thought which has gone while developing this lens from the factory side, I believe. It's a game.
New camera models as well.
Yeah.
So let me just try and share a couple of images.
Yeah, sure, Jasir.
Just a minute. What has gone wrong? I wanted to share.
Okay.
Just a minute. On share tray. No, it's not allowing me. Just give me a moment. Okay. Desktop. Then my desktop is cluttered.
So while Justice you are doing this, I would like right now for okay, Justice.
So now these kinds of shots are taken at almost 24 mm. So I would have there was something happening on this side as well. I wanted to capture that as well, but I was restricted by 24 mm. So probably I couldn't go beyond that. I would have wanted to do that, but so and then going by this was again taken at 24 mm. So 24105 has been this is taken around 40 to 50 mm because I was a little far off and I had to zoom into the scene. And then this was probably taken at 105 mm. Because I had to really crop it because there are a lot of people around this side, so I just couldn't keep them in frame. So I had to remove that as a crop it in a square format. A shot like this, I shot at 24 mm again. So as you see, 24 to 105 has been my choice, go-to lens kind of. So this was shot with 1635. This image also won Travel Photography of the Year award in 2018. But these kinds of shots, had I had with me kind of 20 mm in 2060 kind of a lens, I wouldn't have to change the lens at all.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I'll also like to show something. So to wish you all World Photography Day. Just give me a moment. Until then, I would request Raghu and Pratyush also to open up their cameras and come forward. This is the team that is bringing you the webinars for past 4 months, and is again working for the September calendar. So they are uh, uh, there 24/7 with the mentors, deciding the calendars. So Raghu and Pratyush, please open up your cameras, please show up, and happy World Photography Day to both of you who have been working round the clock, bringing these sessions for our audience, for the Lumix audience.
Am I visible?
Yeah.
Not yet. Not to me, I believe. I don't know why. My Teams has hanged.
I have been talking every day.
And what about Raghu? Raghu is visible now?
Raghu
yes.
Yes. Yes. So this is the team that has been bringing you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and so welcome online. Very happy Photography Day. So I am Pratyush. I am from Mumbai, and as Desha said, yes, we are handling all the webinars, but it is not possible without Hitesh support. And Hitesh sir and I, we have been working together, and thank you to all the mentors also, because they have been very cooperative in order to help us to organize all these events. So Raghu, we can see you now, and your video is much like.
I don't know, maybe I don't know. I'm just having a bad connection over here. Thanks to everyone for a kind support, and whenever we called up, so the kind of response we get from our DOPs or influencer, it's very honor, I can say. Even though whenever I call VXR, definitely he'll whenever I'll just ask for the dates or topics, and the RK strategies are also. So once again, so I would like to wish everyone World Photography Day. And thanks for your kind support, sir.
Wish you the same, Raghu.
Thank you. Wish you the same. Wishing you all a happy World Photography Day.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for this wonderful initiative as well.
So for the audience, please, if you have any questions, you can please ask our mentors.
एक्चुअली एक क्वेश्चन था, मैं देखा था कुछ देर पहले, एक आदमी पूछ रहा था व्हाई यू यूज स्ट्रीट फोटोग्राफी में क्यों वाइड एंगल लेंस ज्यादा यूज होता है.
श्योर प्लीज.
हाँ, तो एक क्वेश्चन था, तो मैं एक फोटो दिखाना चाहता हूँ, उसके बाद में ये डिस्कशन कर देता हूँ.
श्योर.
इज इट विजिबल?
हाँ सर.
या.
तो स्ट्रीट में सबसे एक चीज सबसे ज्यादा होता है, दैट इज अ डेप्थ ऑफ फील्ड. क्योंकि स्ट्रीट फोटोग्राफी में एवरीथिंग क्लियर होना चाहिए. जैसे ये वाला पिक्चर, स्ट्रीट एंड डेली लाइफ में डेप्थ ऑफ फील्ड सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है. तो ये डेप्थ ऑफ फील्ड सबसे इजीली हम लोग वाइड एंगल में बहुत इजीली अचीव कर सकते हैं. वाइड एंगल में अगर मैं हम लोग 9 या 11 एपर्चर डाल सकता हूँ, तो सामने से दूर तक सब कुछ चीज़ क्लियर हो जाता है. तो इसलिए वाइड एंगल लेंस सबसे ज़्यादा यूज़ होता है स्ट्रीट फोटोग्राफी में, क्योंकि ये सब इजीली हम लोग डेप्थ ऑफ फील्ड अचीव कर सकते हैं वाइड एंगल लेंस में. तो ये सभी पिक्चर जैसे 2470 या 24105 में खींचा हुआ है, और ये वाला पिक्चर दैट इज आल्सो 2470 का पिक्चर है, मगर ये ओनली दिस पिक्चर आई शूट इन 1635 लेंस. तो मैं ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा डेली लाइफ और स्ट्रीट फोटोग्राफी में वाइड एंगल लेंस यूज़ करता हूँ, क्योंकि इसमें सबसे अच्छा डेप्थ ऑफ फील्ड मिल जाता है और सामने से दूर तक सब चीज़ एकदम क्लियर रह जाता है. इसलिए स्ट्रीट फोटोग्राफी में वाइड एंगल लेंस का यूज़ सबसे ज़्यादा होता है. तो दैट्स द फोटोग्राफ्स व्हिच इज टेकन एट वाइड एंगल लेंस. तो वाइड एंगल लेंस में ये फ़ायदा सबसे ज़्यादा होता है, इसलिए स्ट्रीट फोटोग्राफी में वाइड एंगल लेंस ज़्यादा यूज होता है.
And also we can add more perspective with the wider angle, what I believe.
Exactly.
I'm a big fan of 1635. Later I can crop things and maybe after 1 or 2 years also you can change your perspective if you had captured all this. That's what I had done in the lockdown. I did a lot of cropping things, bringing up the new perspectives.
Yeah.
Right. So, great. So, is my screen visible now? I was trying to show the screen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So, I would like to present a video that I made for the World Photography Day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, guys,
Beautiful.
happy World Photography Day. This was a trip down the memory lane. I wish to share those images quite
Beautiful.
long time back, but I don't know, like I was not sharing because this was not a single image. It was always a series of images for me. And I don't know, like last night it struck me that let's share this. And my wife has been learning Resolve and After Effects in this lockdown. She helped me around, and we were able to achieve that this last night, and we created this. And happy World Photography Day! And keep on interacting. That is what I will say, that for photography for me is interactions. And this is also what we are doing is interaction. If I go outside, I do photography, I interact with people. I don't know, like I'm not a photographer who is having iconic images, but yeah, I can, what I can do is I can always walk into that into a place. I take a half an hour to acclimatize me. So if you see the journey through those photographs, it is always in the first few photographs. I am not interacting with people. I'm just interacting with the place. But give me half an hour or an hour in the place, I then start feeling comfortable. I start interacting with people, and that's what I can do. I can just go and talk to people, ask them if I can click you, and just that's it. Well, that's what I do in terms of my photography. I don't do much of photography. I'm the back end guy you see majorly working around, but that's the spirit of photography somehow is there inside somewhere. So I hope that the people enjoyed it, and if you have any feedbacks, you can give. Just bhai, just sir.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful. And so all I can say is that, as Hitesh just said, that staying connected and staying relevant in these challenging times is the way forward. Pick up your camera and shoot whenever you can, whatever you can. Don't get hung on to your genre, your specialization. What is important is picking up that beautiful camera in your hand and still doing what you love doing the most.
So thank you, everyone. Thanks all the lovely mentors who came towards this panel. We have been live since 11 a.m. and for the audience, and we have been there since 9 a.m. today in the morning till and with the same energy, I believe. You wouldn't have seen any energies going down with me and the team. Thanks for Raghu and Pratyush for organizing this, and all the team who has done a wonderful effort to bring in the guest and the audience. Wherein today, being the World Photography Day, at first we were like hesitant to bring in these panels on 19th of August because a lot of people would be having each and every photography club would be doing something. A lot of things would be happening, so we were apprehensive. But thanks to the effort of the team, this was lovely event with lovely audience. Thanks everyone, and again, Jassi bhai, Vivek ji, Argyo ji,
Okay.
happy World Photographers Day.
Yeah.
Happy
Thank you. Thank
Very
you.
happy World Photographer Day.
To everyone.
Happy World Photography Day to all.
To the team. You guys did really well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.